Hello, and welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm a dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the Temple Tankard Discord server and YouTube channels. I, as always, we're looking for dungeon masters and players alike. So if you're looking for places to play, come on down. Just link in the description below. You can jump in there and join us, and get some more dice rolling out there. But today, we are continuing from last week, where the group had made their way to the Dreadmire. On their way there, they encountered a powerful vampire and some of his minions who attacked the ship, and let essentially the fight came to a standstill with the vampire deeming them to be not worth any more trouble or worthy in some way. It's hard to say exactly what his motivation was, other than they had the party, well, part of the party had killed his daughter in a previous encounter, and was looking for payback of sorts, but worrying more about the person that got his daughter involved in this whole cult business thing. As after he left, the party continued on their way into the Dreadmire itself, eventually finding a Lizardfolk village on the river banks, just on the edge of the more wooded section of the Dreadmire, and noted that the place was deserted. And in checking it out, it seems that two things: that the Lizardfolk seem to have just wandered off, leaving behind a lot of their belongings, even food and such, just left behind. And second, a strange circular eye-like symbol scrawled in a lot of the surfaces, carved into the wooden surfaces of a lot of the places around there. And that's where we're going to pick up. But before we do that, we're going to flash back to the time right after the vampire fight. There's a couple things that of note that were missed in the first go around. First of all, you will note that as the battle came to a close, the captain did go down below deck while you were still talking up on deck. And a moment later, Amir, the first mate, came up to stand alongside Ale at the helm. Captain never left Ale's side during the fight there, making sure that nothing came at her while she was flying the ship. And as the captain did that, and as you were talking there, he asked, "When you're settled a bit, please come below down to the galley. We need to talk." And you guys had your conversations, and all that kind of happened there. But as the conversations kind of came to a close, heading down to the galley, you'll find the captain in kind of a low conversation with Una, and in the galley there. And you can see there she's obviously looking a bit alarmed. And well, please come in, come and sit. Something important.
Luna again?
Una's the cook, the elven cook.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
they're really good cooks.
Yep. And the captain. One sec here. Let me just verify something real quick here. Sorry, too many pages of notes, and I have the wrong one. Come on. Yes. Captain Sarash is speaking quietly with her, and she looks up to you kind of wide-eyed. You will note, as Amir came up on deck there, he actually did appear to have a little blood on his armor. And when you do go below deck, so you will find that one of the lesser vampires had come below deck and had been dispatched by Amir and Una and Tajay. Had taken them out.
I knew we forgot one.
Wow.
Yes, there were originally 4. You had fought 3 plus the main one.
That's right.
So
You were right.
That was.
But they don't seem to be any worse to wear. No, I mean, they have. I mean, some minor wounds that were treated and such, but nothing major. Um, and they managed to, like I said, the three of them, especially the three of them mainly, were the ones that took down the vampire. So,
Nobody got bitten.
Yeah,
well,
that's my thought.
I mean, it's it's not a werewolf thing, so it doesn't. A single bite does not matter.
No.
They're all
Mm,
conscious. Remember,
I
vampires
mean,
that drain them to death before they actually turn into a vampire. Getting bit by a vampire doesn't turn you into a vampire.
mhm.
So, yes, everyone's fine. We were discussing the individual you encountered, though. Sterash, he said his name, Amber and Zorlos. Uh, and Lucas, in the conversation there, you had kind of remembered a little bit about that name as well. In fact,
Yeah.
it's one of the oldest families oldest refugee families that came from the old world. Um, that is no ordinary person. That is Duke Zorlos, the Bastion of the North. He rules over the keep on the edge of on the far north border of Garlos that keeps back all of the things from the Great Tundra. Yetis, frost giants, creatures that live out there. The fact that he's down here is disconcerting, to say the least. Um, he is, I mean, strangely, uh, strangely, strange to see him all the way down here. He normally never leaves his keep.
well, is it strange? Um, he was looking for his daughter's kidnapper? Question mark?
Uh, he basically said whoever got her involved with the
Yeah,
cult.
yeah.
I mean, it was Crash, don't we, who did that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe, maybe not just Koresh. I don't know. From what I've seen, and you told me that it was a number of people involved in this, not just him. But he definitely was part of it. And I know a bit about this. I I did not live in the north, but I mean, I'm the. She kind of glances around. I think I'm the oldest one on board. I heard stories and such. I believe he is extremely old. Um, some say older than the cataclysm itself.
Huh.
Um,
He is a vampire, so it's quite possible. And an
uh,
elf. So no telling how old he was before he became a vampire.
this is true, and I I am fairly certain that the vampire thing, from the stories I've heard, happened after coming here. I don't know the specifics. It's quite an old story, I'm sure, but long before I was born. And I'm a little over. I'm almost 200 years old. I just um I just don't, and she kind of like trails off a bit there. The captain. I just want to say, it is. I know there's concern, but as strange as it is, that man has done more to safeguard the North than almost anyone. And about 50 years ago, there was a strange surge of magic cold sweeping down from the north. He actually kept most of it at bay and brought in mercenary types to go and deal with the problem. So I don't want to think that I know there's concern over him and what he's doing, but just hopefully he will be on his way.
Well, he said he was looking for the person that convinced his daughter to go with that person. So I'm assuming that he's just going to go on his way and go after that person, Koresh, and then we'll never see him again.
He also gave his word that we would be left alone, all of the people that we have in our lives, and you guys and us.
Well, I didn't know vampires could have children. But
Oh,
I
people
know
can
if
have
I
children before they become vampires, can't they?
I know if I had children, and I don't like that SOB. I'm going to say that right out now. But if I had kids and they did something happened to them, I'd travel the world until I found out what happened and dispatch it. I can respect that.
Yes, that would be, I think, for most of us, true. So I did
But
want to.
for him to come down personally, a man of his power and his wealth and the resources that it has, that says something.
I think that he held back a bit as well.
Oh,
I-
probably most definitely.
I tried my
Yes.
best.
You all held up very well. It is impressive. I would say. I mean, I saw most of the fighting. I did not want to leave Ail's side in case one of them broke off for her.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that was impressive. If you have any questions, I can. I mean, I know a little of things, but not. I know there's concern, but he's reputed to be a man of honor, at least. A person, I guess. I don't know if we call him a man anymore.
So this is like the whole
Sure.
Butcher situation all over again.
Yep.
I don't know. He's like,
What
Not that
situation?
I'm happy with that situation to begin with, but yeah.
I would just like to reiterate, I don't think there's anybody amongst us who likes the idea of him. Or likes him or anything. I don't think. I feel like people think that I was trying to help him. I wasn't trying to help him. I was allowing him to help us with a situation that I think would be in our best interest. Getting rid of that man, Koresh, sooner rather than later. I that's the only reason that I gave him the thing that I gave him, so that he could find him. Because eventually we'd end up doing that anyway, and God knows how many people will get hurt in the meantime if he wasn't going to hunt him down. Because we have other priorities right now. So if it was just me, I would be out there hunting Koresh down myself. But because I can't do that, because we are doing this, it just seemed like the next best option. He was leaving anyway. We couldn't stop him leaving. With all of his legendary resistances and everything else that he had going on, and all of the movement speed that he could get, there's no way, even if we chased him down, that we could catch him. The only difference it would have made if we tried is that he would not have said that he would not come for us and ours, which I think was the best in a really, really bad situation that we could hope for.
Didn't understand everything you said there, but I do understand the sentiment at least.
Mm.
But again, I just be at ease. I think you did well in defeating him at least, and no one is the worse for wear. And potentially we will deal with the problem. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I mean, yeah, we held our own. I won't say we defeated him, but I think Sora and you know, Amethyst talking to him is probably what kept him from killing us.
Yeah, good. Um, so you should rest. I rather beat up, and um, we should we we'll be on our way soon. And unless there's anything else you want to put out there,
I would like to thoroughly search the ship to make sure nothing else is on board that we missed.
and nothing else on board.
And he tells the captain to make Sora get her clothes back on. You know, his eyes are hurting. Now I got to go scrub my eyes off.
She's got her clothes on.
And I would point out here that Dragonkin don't really have like a chest like you would expect to see. So
He has to clarify that. I love it.
I mean, I'm just saying, like you keep saying, like, I got boobs. I'm like,
that I didn't
really.
know,
Just
so.
I mean,
No, they're like
they don't nurse.
No.
That's not how Dragonkin works. So you get a little bit like oh, what, huh?
Yeah, I feel like stupid.
I mean,
Oh, man.
so anyway,
Yeah.
so you guys are able to get your rest, and the ship will continue on here, and we'll get into the Dreadmire itself and into the deserted village where you just and so we pick up right from there, with the strangely just deserted place. There's as I said, just there's just this ominous feeling of quiet here. Like I said, there's animals, there's birds in the trees. It's not deserted in that way, but just the fact that there were buildings here and there's just no trace of any people left. As you investigated around, checked the place there, found it deserted. Eventually finding the one dwelling that you think probably is where the one dwelling where it's more of a shamanistic type person there. There's lots of herbs bundles and little fetish things tied up in various places there. And this was the one that had just the scrawling, the scratched in eye symbol everywhere. Dried up vats of liquids and such. Anything of any really real use seems to be gone from here. It's about the only place in the village where things probably were packed up. At least.
Can I do an investigation check? I'm gonna look into that herbalist thing. Is there any kind of books, journals that they might have left behind where we can figure out what happened? Because you said that if I remember correctly, you said that the concoctions that we were finding made people feel at ease. And
yeah.
I want to know if there's, something left behind, possibly some kind of clue.
I mean, that's pretty much, like I said, the remnants of material in there. You guys did a really good investigation check. They really thorough investigation check of this whole area here, and especially this room. There's not really any journals or notes left behind. And in the investigation, you'll notice that this room, this place of any of them seems to have been gathered. Like there's not a lot left behind of youth. Um, there's there's definitely the idea that this person, at least, packed up.
Yeah. And
Uh,
Rob,
didn't
Lucas
clean up.
asks, is there a way if they had a mass spell cast over the city that you'd be able to figure that out? If it was a magic
All I can do is detect magic.
Yeah. In doing so, you don't see any really active magic effects. And any traces there's some traces that might be considered magic within the like cauldron or alchemical type magics, natural magics like that, but very very faint residues and nothing really to latch on to. Just the fact that it had been used for that purpose really is more what it is than anything. Um, so, but no, like there's no like trace of any massive spell being cast or anything else. At least not that would still be lingering here. Um,
couldn't be lucky like X marks the spot or anything like that.
well, so Tara, you might have the most. You have survival, correct?
No.
You don't. Okay. Um, in the traces of food that are left behind, and like some of the fish that were like put up on racks and stuff like that, they seem to be pretty well like spoiled and decayed. At least weeks. So uh, there and just the kind of the bit of like dust and grime over things. I mean, it's played a there's not a lot of dust in a swampy area, but there's traces of things molding and things kind of mildewy things in various places. So yeah, so there's not a lot of uh um there's not a lot that you need. There's definitely signs that this that whatever that people leaving this place um hasn't it happened a while ago, at least a week or two.
Okay. I'll let the group know that it looks like everybody's been gone for at least a week or two.
Yeah.
Is there any way to determine which way they left the village?
Yeah, actually, with the investigation, one more round of investigation checks, or survival, or perception, just to see if you get kind of things on the outskirts or anything else. See who else spots what. Okay. Nice. Okay. Some good rolls. Wow. Okay. Nice. That's intimidation. Sorry. That's okay. Still roll a 15. That's fine. Good rolls all around. Okay. Sora and Lucas, you definitely show you don't. You kind of like trying to you verify that there are no signs of a struggle. Nobody came in and dragged people off. There's not signs of things being knocked over. Anyone being. There's no signs of dried blood anywhere that people were attacked here. So you're fairly certain of that. Um, Amethyst. Um, Actually, yeah, Amethyst, Sitar, and Grim. The three of you piece together fairly certain um, uh, that they probably went toward toward the east, either along the banks of the river or in the river itself, because they are somewhat amphibious; they can swim. Um, so they definitely traveled east. Away from the village. It's hard, you don't see like tracks specifically, but just sort of like some of the signs you see show like some some twigs and branches broken off or trampled, or just things that all point heading toward the east. Um, as and noting too that there seem to be like places where like canoes or small little like boats would be hitched up to very little like posts and stuff. Um, and I mean probably maybe about 10 or so places there. Only one is left behind, and one that's broken and intact. So yeah, that's signs they went east. Um, took some canoes by the look of it, potentially. Um, and yeah, let's see, Satara. One last thing, since you rolled highest.
Before you
Yes.
do that, real quick, Jim, can you ping where we are on the map again? So many dots. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the one way to the west. First, first one coming in, the Dreadmire.
Hmm.
Just to kind of point out, that's where Black Cloud Village is, and that's where
Hmm.
you guys entered your call the first time.
Hmm.
So that's yeah. So Satara, the whole time you've been here, um, there has been a bird, some raptor-looking thing, just circling up high. Is like it's the same one? You kind of glance up. I'm pretty sure it's the same one, and then you keep looking, and it's just like circling above. Some dark-looking. Um, it's up fairly high, but it's been just kind of circling around the whole time you've been here.
Um, I'll point that out to Amethyst. I think that bird's been circling us pretty much the whole time we've been down here.
What can we do with this? I mean, we could fly up and try and communicate with it, but I'm not sure it's actually going to be able to do that. You might be the best person in that situation. How long have you been studying it for? Can it turn into it?
I mean, there are other flying things you can turn into. You don't need to turn into it specifically.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how it works. Would they all share a language, or something? I don't know how it works.
I mean, it depends on what you're trying to do. I mean, birds don't really have a language specifically, so I mean, it would be speak with animals, basically.
Is it an actual bird?
It's way up high. You can't quite see something dark, kind of circling around. Sounds like a crow. No.
A wyvern.
It better not be a wyvern. Wyvern.
Maybe we take it to the group. Do you know your camera's off, Grim?
Yeah, you try to turn it off.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have to discuss it with the group and see if there's any. I've got nothing.
Well, I thought I had speak with animals, but I can't cast that if I'm in a flying form anyway, so...
You can cast it first and then
You
change.
can cast it and then change it.
Okay.
And it will stay in place, yeah. Yep.
Bonus action first, and then or second.
I mean, you're not in combat. You don't have to worry about actions. You can just kind of cast and then change.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to put this out there because I'm just going to, like, if you're not in combat, you can change. Like, wild shape is for combat purposes. So out of combat, if you want to change, you can change into something. Because that just adds utility that's a lot more useful.
I'm so not sure I want her actually going up there on her own.
Okay.
And while I thought I had speak with animals, I'm not seeing it. So
Probably not, maybe not prepped. Okay. Well, as like I say, as you watch, eventually it will sort of like trail off and just sort of fly. Just sort of fly off, kind of the northeast ish. And one thing you'll see as it is flying away, you get a fairly good look at it there as it kind of swoops and dips as it's moving along there. It looks to be more like one of those pterodactyls. Because the way it's not flapping its wings like a bird so much, or it's more like it's gliding along. And by the shape of it, and when you get a better look at it there, as it kind of swoops down and kind of banks off a bit there, you get a better look at it there. It doesn't quite have the right shape for a bird. But yeah, it seems to fly off to the northeast. So, as you guys are sort of checking there, you'll hear a message. Sora, actually, you'll get a message from the captain. The message cantrip. Sora, something has been the chest that we have. Something has been delivered for you.
Yay! I will jump up or jump higher, depending if I'm standing, and I will run over to the chest.
Yeah, it's up on the ship itself.
Yeah, thanks, Captain Person.
He hands you a package. It's labeled for you. So
Captain Person.
Captain the sir. Sir the captain.
Captain, my captain.
No, not that far.
So, it's in a simple little wrapping packaging there. Open it up. It's a small box. And there are 5 fairly simple looking bracelets.
Are they color coded?
Yes. As you requested. Yes.
Awesome. I will find Amethyst and ask her to get everybody together using the brain powers that she has.
I have to see people to do that.
Oh, then never mind. Sora will use her big booming voice and just scream for everybody to meet her on deck.
Also, is there anything else in there?
I don't know. I'll go dig.
Amethyst, you were waiting on. Again, I'm trying to remember my notes here.
Present for Grimbar.
Yes, you already had those, didn't you? Was it?
Mm.
Am I forgetting something here?
I didn't get it. I was going to give it to him last week, and you said no. The other thing, the vest pocket thing.
Yes, yes, that is. But he already had that for you. You forgot to give it to him. He only took him an hour to put that together. He gave you that. Yeah, before you left.
Oh.
Sorry, let me make that clear. Yeah,
no, I didn't know.
That was a simple one to do. He didn't have to wait for that one. He just basically went, yeah, here you go. Yeah. So, so that means I thought I put it on the character sheet. Let me double check that.
Sorry.
One sec. No worries. So in just a moment, let me double check something here. I believe.
No, Amethyst. There's nothing else inside of this box.
Anyway, I've got it. So
I will let you describe what. So just to kind of backtrack a bit here, because I think we forgot that was done. Grim. Before you guys left, and you still have this thing here. You have Amethyst. Did you want to give it to
we were going to give him the boots as well, but you kind of was like, just put that on your character sheet. No,
you do the thing you want to do.
But yeah,
yeah,
we were going to just go over and say, we thought this might be useful to someone such as yourself. might alleviate some of the frustrations that you've had with those eyes in the back of your head in Port Taurus.
Eyes in the back of my head.
And I'll hand him the thing.
So it's a simple little bracer for your left hand. Well, it can be put on either side as a bracer, as a bracer of wrist pocket. So wrist pocket is basically as a bonus action, you can have something that fits in your hand disappear, and then you can just pull it back as a bonus action. So it's something you can kind of like have. It can be your bow. It can be any you can hold in one hand.
Oh.
Something that you've just picked up that might not belong to you, for example.
Yeah.
Oh.
You just kind of make it disappear. Essentially, it pops into a pocket dimension. It goes away for a while until you call it back.
And also can't be detected.
Yes, it's also not. It also can't be detected at all. I mean, the item can be detected, but not the thing that's been put away.
Yeah.
All right. So okay, very good.
So it's on your character sheet now too. So there's no charge. You can just do that as just a free thing there. So should be, if you refresh, you'll see it down. Kind of, it's in the common items. It should have been.
Refresh.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, you bet.
And
I
thank
created it.
everybody. Thank you very
I know.
Yeah, I had created it, so I was like, oh, I know, I know, I made it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Inventory.
The funny thing is, if you look at your spells, you now have a spell on your list.
A rogue with a spell list.
He's got a few actually. He's got from the coin. They all come from items.
Yeah. So funny. A rogue with a spell list.
Avress. All right. Magic hand. That's
No,
that
it's
comes from the wrist pocket, right?
Yeah.
Well, you have the glove of iron telekinesis, and then the bracer wrist pocket. Yep.
I have cause, fear, and invisibility. Okay.
Has he got wrist pocket on his spell list?
Yes. Okay. So,
Yes.
Thora, if you refresh,
It's in your cantrips. You might need to refresh first.
No, I'm talking in my equip. Oh, just look.
it's way down at the bottom. It's a common item. Anyway,
Okay,
Anyway.
I see it. I see it. Thank you.
Back to Sora.
Cool. I'll start playing with it.
so Thora, you'll see one on your character sheet.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, is that what you called it? That's spiffy.
Yep. It also has a secondary effect to it that's a little interesting. See if that works for you. And you can.
Oh, very nice. Is it just for me to wear? Or is it once for everybody to wear?
There's one in there for each. There's 5 of them in there.
Oh, nice. Okay, sweet. As we get everybody together, I will pass the bracelets out to everybody, and then I will tell them what they will do. Unless Jim wants to explain it a little better than me, but
I mean,
I got
you know what you intended. So and
Okay.
I'm gonna add it to your character sheets, everybody, so you can see this thing.
Mm-hmm. It's very
Okay.
nifty. So while you wear the band, it allows 2 things to happen. My aura of courage can be extended as a reaction to anybody wearing the bracelet that I can see within 60 feet. So instead of, you guys having to stand near me to get the paladin aura, you'll just now have it when I use my reaction. And once per long rest, casting telepathic bond does not require a spell slot.
What? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yes.
That
Right?
is incredible.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, because it is the Guardian's bond. So you'll have to wear it for a bit before it fully takes effect. It does not require attunement specifically, but it does require that you basically short rest with it on, and then it will eventually apply.
It's literally saved me my only 5th level spell slot.
I know.
Thank you, Sora.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No problem. It's one for everybody's got their own
I know.
color. So
I
Yep,
do
like,
so- Yeah. So I think everyone, it should be on your character sheets now. You can just go ahead and equip it. There's no active effects on it or anything else. It just says what it does. And so yes, so effectively that can be used once per long rest. Amethyst. So if it expires, you need to cast it again. You'll have to use the spell slot for the next time you
Yeah.
want to cast it. But
I do have 2 5th now, but
Yeah.
that's a
It does
quite
give you
a
a free.
valuable
It does
spell
give you a
slot.
free casting once per day. Yeah, once per long rest.
Yeah.
So
I mean, it either saves me a spell slot or 5 sorcery points. So
yes.
it's great.
All right, and you can tell them where it came from.
I can tell them where it came from.
If
Is
you
it
want to. I don't
Nils?
know.
Well, we went to Nils to do it together.
I wasn't sure who was with you exactly when you when you all went there.
Yeah,
They all kind of divided up.
yeah.
into different times.
I had Nils make it for me, and Janan helped.
Mhm.
Nice.
It was more of a enchantment thing that can be done, but yeah, effectively, the razors are bonded together effectively. One thing. Oh. Okay. I will also say that Lucas, looking at this thing, you could very easily scry on these bracelets extremely easy.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Mm-hmm. So we always know where each other is. That's important.
Yeah.
Wait, we always know, or Lucas has to scry?
Lucas has
Lucas
to scry,
can
but he can just essentially scry with no chance of failure
Mhm.
on when wearing the bracelet. So yeah, if someone is separated from you, you can scry to see where they're at.
Cool.
These things must have been expensive.
I wouldn't worry.
The Manatech item.
Well, so here's the lovely thing. We have, and now that we have Sutara with us, we can just, get this out here now. We have a bank account. We each have our own accounts, and we have a group fund set up. And there's a bank account with our group fund. So we have a little bit of money to play with. And when people need things, we can just agree to get them, and then they've been gotten. Sora, on the other hand, was splurging with like 4,000 gold sitting here. So, yeah, getting something that would help you guys help me, definitely something she was going to do.
Okay.
It's not Manatech, though.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No,
It's
the
not
bracelet.
Manatech, no.
The bracelets are not.
No, the wrist pocket item is Manatech.
Yeah.
No, that's what I was saying. I have the bracelet and the Manatech item.
Yeah. Yep.
So and then the boots. Yeah. The boots, they're not Manatech either.
No.
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think only you have the glove
on them. Because right now I'm wearing 2 boots. I got boots of Elvenkind and boots of Striding.
Yeah, you can have them both equipped there. I'm going to go ahead and make a combined one of these when I get some time here. But essentially, you just have them.
It is one pair of boots now, but you've just got them equipped at the moment because Jim hasn't made the item yet. But you have both effects on one pair of boots.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Effectively, yeah. So I believe the boots of Striding Springer do require attunement. So the boots you have will require it's 1 attunement slot, and normally boots of Elvenkind do not require attunement, so you're fine on that. So anyway, so as you guys, like I said, it's probably late afternoon as you spotted this village, and we're checking things out here, spending a little bit of time. It's still summertime, so the sun's still fairly high in the sky, even though it's probably around 4 or 5 o'clock. But it is that you do find yourself kind of getting a little uncomfortable at the fact that, I mean, it is a swampy area in the summer and um, lots of stinging insects and everything else buzzing around, and you kind of, if you're wearing your armor and such, it tends to be a little bit, um, it tends to be a little uncomfortable after a time. But happens the ready to go when you are. Everything is fine. So please, where are we headed next?
East, my friend, east.
Do we think they
Keeping
went in the
keeping
lake?
Yeah, I'm thinking they did. They went in that direction because we believe they're following the river.
So, if they are going east and they are in the river, since we're assuming the boats are missing and they took the boats, we also know that there's a thing in the river, or in the big lake that they're headed to.
There's a few things and big things in the lake.
There is only one big thing that we are aware of.
Oh,
I mean, we
Heard that there
we
was
know that there's something in there in the same way that the Scottish people know that there's a monster in Loch Ness.
I
No,
mean,
no,
well,
I
the
understand
funny,
that. I
yeah,
understand that. We heard that back when we visited her mother's camp before. But when we were in Port Oris, I thought we heard that there was more trouble in the lake, and it was like a couple of things going on. Whether it's one item causing the issue, one creature causing the issue, or multiple. But we heard that there was issues in the lake, if I remember correctly.
around the
Oh,
area, I believe it was. Yeah.
around. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is part of it. So maybe let's just follow the river, keep the river in sight, and follow the river to keep, because if it's that many people, there's going to be campsites.
so you said there were a few boats here, right, Jim?
There's only one like canoe and one that was damaged.
Are we able
Um,
to fix the one that is damaged so we can take two separate canoes down the river?
I mean, you have an airship. Why would you need a canoe?
We have
Why
an
would you need a
airship.
canoe?
Yeah,
Well, yes, and I know
cover
we
more
have an
ground.
airship, but like what's going to happen is we're going to see trouble and then Sora's going to jump off the ship again
And
and
that's a
cause
problem. How?
trouble.
I
It's
mean, just
not.
don't do that
It's
right
not.
now.
I'm just saying it's a thing.
Hmm.
And we do,
Uh,
I feel like we're
well, I just
relying
want to
way
see if
too much
dragons can
on that.
swim with armor.
We cannot. No, sir. No. We can't. We cannot. We will see.
Pretty much.
Although I don't know, is the Mizium armor considered heavy armor?
It it works like heavy armor, but it doesn't restrict like heavy armor.
Is
You
it
can
made
also
of metal?
you can retract it.
Yeah.
You think?
Yeah. It's
So,
weird.
yep. I mean, when it's fully deployed, yes, it's like a metal shell essentially.
Hmm.
Um, so, uh, captain's ready to go when you are. So, you guys want to move up and take off?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Um, as the ship is heading again, it's a good like it's a couple of days to get from where you are to the lake. I mean, at this point, because I mean it's a pretty good. Actually, it's probably about a day and a half or so. So you're not going to get there right in one day. So at some point, um, as you're watching on the ground, um, you'll take note
Yes.
that there aren't really a lot of there's not a lot of movement of animals. Like you don't see like herds of anything running around. You don't see any large predators moving around along this stretch here. You do see some birds and some of those other things that aren't birds flying through the sky, um, but none seem to be like following you that you can tell. And you kind of watch the skies carefully, watch the grounds carefully, not spotting really any like I said, any like large movements or lots of creatures moving around here. It's fairly quiet along the way. However, as so eventually it does get dark, and so the captain's like, "Do you want us to put down for the evening and then continue scouting in the morning, and you keep on flying to the night?" would you rather?
Does anybody have vision enough at nighttime to keep an eye on the ground in the water?
Pretty sure we all have dark vision, don't we?
We still have eyes and ears, but is he a little? I don't have dark vision.
No. Everybody except don't you have something that lets you cast it though?
No, I have dancing lights that lets me have the ability to see.
I do.
Hmm.
I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. My daughter.
Yeah, I think everyone but Thora has
Mhm.
good night vision. So, Thora, at least for right now, actually, let me double check that real fast. I need to see something before I say something that's not true.
I should probably pick that spell up at some point.
Go.
Or we could try and get Sora an item that has it.
I mean, I have the dancing lights one.
Yeah, but that would attract attention.
Okay.
Well-
Sora, as you're kind of talking this over here, Talje will kind of hand you this kind of clunky looking like headset thing with these goggles on it. I only have one of these at the moment, but you can have this for now while you're on the ship. And so it's kind of like one of those like leather straps across the middle, leather strap around the side there with these two big lenses that sit down in front.
Mhm.
And they're goggles at night.
Nice.
Did you just put those on my character sheet?
No.
They're on my
They're
character
already-
sheet.
I think
They're
Eldon
already-
made you. I think Eldon
I
made
think
you
he
a pair a
did make
while
you
back.
some.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he
pretty
did.
sure he
Because
did.
the
Yeah.
last time we came up this way, we were in
Mhm.
underground and you couldn't see anything without
Okay.
attracting any
Yeah.
attention. Yeah.
So I think he made a pair for you. So
Okay.
during the trip back, I think is what he did. So
Yeah,
We
I
have
think
so much equipment on us. I don't.
Yeah.
I have to
Yeah.
go through this more often.
So you
yeah,
already
check
have
through
them.
again. Yeah, I thought you. So oh okay, and so she like oh okay, and she like puts them back on her because she's one of the few people on board that can't see it at dark either. Like her and
Does
Manuel are the
Tara
only.
have dark vision before you put them back on? Yeah.
elves,
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
she could point
yeah,
out.
she's
They're
not-
hanging around your neck, Sora. You just have to put them over your eyeballs.
She was like, oh wait a minute, you have those should work there. Yours look a little bit less clunky than these. So, no problem.
Eldon made them.
Okay. I've heard a lot about him. So well,
He's
This-
Wait, you
this-
haven't
this
met
works too.
Eldon? We have to get you to meet
No.
Eldon.
No, she
No,
hasn't. We've just met her. She came
Yeah.
to
Only
replace Audrey.
when this guy has plenty of time.
Well, okay. Back at then.
So I missed it. What are we looking at?
So essentially, the captain that's essentially as the sun goes down, it starts getting dark there. The captain asks if you want to continue on through the night, or put down and be able to and resume the search in the morning.
I think night might be a best idea.
I think we should continue on. If with all due respect, these are probably standard humans, or they probably don't have night vision, and they're going to be.
They're lizard folk.
They're lizard folk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still say that pushing on.
They're setting up a camp. They're probably going to be some kind of fires.
I say pushing on is correct. I think that is the thing we need to do. If they get to the lake before we do, or even if they're at the lake just as we get there, they are, what do we say, a week ahead of us?
At least.
Yeah. I think we should still keep pushing on.
I concur. We could take turns.
Yeah.
Seems like a good plan.
So you've met at least one of them, and you've been here before. Lizard folk do not have dark vision. So you spent time at the village last time here. They actually use torches and everything else like that. So they actually and they pretty much only hunt and move around in the daytime. So, so as you can continue on. Essentially, Emir, being a half elf and having dark vision there, will kind of take the helm at least to keep the ship moving in the right direction. As Ale, I don't know that Eric Kokra. Let me double check that one. I don't think they have dark vision. Let me just verify that real quick. Important to know if your pilot can see the dark.
I'll pull I'll pull a shift for somebody with somebody who doesn't know how to, who can't see at night, but knows how to steer the ship.
Yep.
I do
Essentially, yeah.
have that.
The first mate can at least guide the ship where it needs to go. And he sort of takes nighttime duty anyway. Um, and Eisenhower seemed you kind of sense that he must sleep in odd shifts or just does sorry cat naps. Um, uh,
Mhm.
so that I mean he's up most of the night too, so he's able to kind of keep an eye on things as well. So between Amir piloting and Eisenhower's watching, and you all watching, although you all do need to get some sleep as well. So you want to take shifts, night watch shift then, along with Eisenhower? Okay. So just let me know who's got, we can do first, second, and third shift.
I can do first if nobody else wants it.
I'll do it first if you want to get some rest. I don't care.
I'll take the last shift.
Okay.
I can take second shift.
Okay.
I'll just Lucas want to go with Sutara. Or Sora. What I mean, whatever.
Anyway.
Pair up.
Okay, so first shift, it's gotten dark. So go ahead. Who's on my first shift then?
I'll do the first shift, yeah.
Dude.
Oh, me and him.
Okay. Lucas and Amethyst can do first.
Okay.
I'll go with Sukara.
And
Sure.
I'm awesomeness, so I'll do all by myself.
Yeah,
No.
you,
Sure.
obviously
Yeah,
he's carrying the rest of us, so you know you can go.
Yeah.
I hadn't said that in a couple of weeks, so I figured, get it in
Okay.
today.
So
Get it in
Amethyst and
early.
Lucas, go ahead and give me some perception checks there for the evening, as you go. Oh no.
Terrible.
Okay. Amethyst, I would say you're not used to. Right. Don't need to see a
Sorry.
little kid butt on camera.
Sorry.
No worries. You find yourself just a bit distracted by whatever's going on around you at the moment there. Fitting as
Talking to that cat.
I mean, yeah, you find yourself just, like, kind of preoccupied, just thinking around, and eventually you kind of get like some telepathic communication, both from Elia, and then a vocal communication from Kiva as well. And and it's been a while here, but you know where Kiva is currently, right?
She's with Gildor.
Yes.
Well, that's where she was when I last talked
Yeah.
to her.
So it is still the case. Okay, good. Yeah. So you find yourself like while you're trying to watch, you're just distracted there, and you keep getting like messages and stuff like that. And so Lucas, you sort of move up to the other side of the ship. There, watching with a 27. Two things. First, let me switch something here real quick. There is definitely a different set of sounds at night. I mean, obviously the same croaking of insects and the hum of birds and some of the birds there. However, there's this low sort of droning sound that you're hearing. And just this, as you're traveling east, there is a strange dull glow on the horizon. A mist kind of rolls along the ground. and it just has a strange sort of greenish glow to it that you kind of like trying to figure out, is it reflected in the moonlight? Is it some sort of weird thing? Is there anything moving? You don't see what's causing the light per se, but it's definitely stronger ahead of you in the direction you're going, um, toward the east. Like you look back behind the ship there, and it isn't as present behind you. The glow is definitely, and it's not bright. It's not like you can see by it or anything else. Just as you can tend to see this wispy tendrils of mist and fog, kind of drifting across the ground. And you kind of watch, and it's almost like it moves like something alive, almost like it's almost slithering across the ground in places there, and kind of bunching up, puffing up a little bit, and then kind of oozing back down again. It's this weird blanket, ever shifting, ever moving in a way that doesn't seem, it seems almost organic. You don't
Can we,
detect anything. Yeah, go ahead.
can we see the lake from where we are? Which
You can kind of see this sort of this. I mean, there's a kind of a vast, like, plain below you, and it's somewhat clear. Patchy clouds in the sky at this point here, and a couple of stars up here and there, and you can just sort of see this like dark blotch ahead of you. I mean, it's still a ways off, but you can kind of see where the terrain is shift from this greenish, murky, a canopy, like shrubs and all that, this flat black surface ahead. Um, and it's, yeah, you definitely see it a ways away.
does it appear to be coming from there?
It seems stronger in that direction. You're not sure if it's like originating from there, but it's definitely more present in that way. And as you watch for the 27, um, yeah, there's definitely, it's almost like it's flowing out from it. Nothing moves or attacks. Nothing comes up to the ship, as it's kind of drifting along there. And the captain's keeping it fairly low, about 50 feet up, so you can see the ground with your dark vision. Um, so occasionally having sorry, Amir, the first mate, is keeping it there, keeping it straightforward there. Occasionally, eyes and ears kind of calls out a course correction as they kind of move around a little bit taller tree or anything else. None of the trees here are really tall in this section. There's just some a couple that are kind of stick up a little bit higher, and so eyes and ears calls it out so Amir can adjust to go around any of the larger trees that poke up out of the swamp.
When you said that it was stronger, it was coming from the lake, right? Not from the river?
Correct. It seems to
Okay.
be coming from the lake. Yeah. But as I said, you're nothing. The the time will pass uneventfully, other than what you see from there. Who's on second watch? That was
Me.
Me.
okay. Into you. Okay. All right. So give me perception checks.
Not intimidation?
No, correct. Unless you,
Um,
unless you unless you want to make somebody on the ship afraid of you.
I can intimidate the crap out of making sure that it gives me what I want. Perception.
Yep. Sorry, the goggles are a little bit uncomfortable on your face, and you just
Mm-hmm.
sort of like kind of like squinting through them, and you kind of see, but not well. And again, you do see sort of this like the little foggy ground, a couple little patches of larger trees and shrubs, but nothing that you can kind of make out any details about.
They keep
Mhm.
fogging up because she's got them one eye up, one eye down.
Yeah, they don't quite like trying to. You find you constantly having to adjust them because they don't quite sit right on your head. Um,
I have
but
to
yeah.
get Adon to adjust these, Sator. I don't think they're working right.
Take your helmet off; they might fit better.
I don't wear a helmet.
So Tara, um, the thing, definitely everything's passing along. You can kind of see through the little mist shrouded ground, kind of the winding river down below. The captain, the Emir sort of keeping a fairly close track, as you guys are probably right about here, um, where that little bump is there, and then the last straight shot toward the lake is. You can definitely see the lake up ahead of you. And with 17, you will spot there's a at one point there's a large mass of something flying ahead, pretty high up. There's like you kind of like you what catches your eye is you're kind of glancing around, and there's a bit of a bit of a blot over the sky there, and you kind of look up, and there's just these like dozens and dozens of winged creatures that are up there, kind of not moving at you, but sort of parallel to you, a ways off, enough to kind of see it. But they're just sort of like moving, gliding along. Um, and you fairly certain those are the same um, creatures you saw earlier. That not bird you saw.
Looks like some of those creatures from earlier are gliding along next to us, Sora.
Pretty high above you. So
Above us. I'll point them out to her as she's fiddling with her goggles.
Mm-hmm.
You sort of look up there and kind of see it's like, and what you see basically is like there. It's almost like a dark cloud is moving across the sky up there as it sort of like comes between you and the clouds and you and the stars, and it's just sort of this like, and it's just sort of like drifting along, and you're fairly certain there's quite a few of them there.
Can I know it's probably at a distance because you said it was pretty high up there, but I'm still gonna do it just at an instinct. Activate my thingamabobber that I do as a paladin that I never do.
Called Divine
Channel
Sense.
Divinity. Yeah.
Divine Sense.
Yep, that's the one.
And that's 60 feet.
I
Undead
think so.
Fiend.
Yeah, I believe so.
Actually,
Because turn is 30.
Let me double check something real quick on that because I need to see that ability real fast. You don't sense any Fey Fiend, anything else like that.
No Fey Fiend or undead. Okay.
But there is something unnerving. It's not setting off your divine sense, but there's definitely something unnerving because these things are just flying, you realize, directly the same direction you are. And there's a lot of them. That would constitute a swarm, you realize.
I don't know that I like that, Satora. They don't seem to be paying attention to us, do they?
They're not changing elevation, they're just sort of flying along in the same direction you are.
Okay.
Do you know what they are?
Shape of them, it looks to be similar to the pterodactyls, pterodons.
I was asking Sora because Satara doesn't know what they are.
Sure. I don't know if Sora really knows either.
I don't know what pterodactyls are.
Yeah.
Okay.
You saw them here before, but you didn't know anything about them.
No, we saw this big dinosaur, had a bunch of teeth, big head, and little arms.
Oh, really? That sounds very different.
Yeah. So you're saying that thing only flying?
No, you saw pteranodons flying in the sky when you were here last time.
Did I know what they were though?
You probably didn't know what they were, but you saw them. They're definitely different from the things on the ground.
Did you say pterodon or pterodactyl?
Pteranodon. It's
Pteranodon.
Yeah.
They're bigger than pterodactyls.
Yeah, roughly. Pteranodon, they're still medium sized. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
But there's quite a few of them. And not to blot out the clouds in the sky above they're looking up there.
So those are flying pterodons, which basically for Sora's head would go, that's a flying dinosaur.
Mhm.
And we fought a dinosaur,
But nothing like those.
but nothing like that. So I'm wondering if there's a lot more just wreaking havoc down there we don't know about.
I mean,
We do know there are dinosaurs in the area, don't
yeah.
we?
Mm-hmm,
Yeah, you saw lots of them, right? You saw herds of
Yeah.
them around. I mean, yeah, so yeah, they're definitely
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, but
But
they
they've been-
weren't really wreaking havoc. They were just being.
Apart from
Yeah.
that one.
Well, that one was being attacked by people, and it was just defending itself, and then we got involved.
No.
you know for a fact those things do not just they're not passive. They are massive
No.
predators. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They call it a pterosaur for a reason.
I think we need to, when we switch shifts and get Romar out here, we need to let him know about it so he can be on the lookout for more.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Grimbar, not Romar.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So, like I said, you spot them up there. Give me one last perception check at the end of your watch.
Perception. They're my favorite rolls.
Yep. You keep looking. You keep looking. You keep looking. Even the 16. Yeah, so you kind of keep watching them. You kind of keep adjusting and trying to watch them up there. They don't really do anything different. So you find yourself again scanning the grounds, looking up at the sky, kind of scanning the ground there. And at one point, you see, for just a moment, two large, kind of orangish colored eyes looking directly up at the ship in the mist. You can't
Did I
really make
see
out.
it long enough to point it out?
The Satara saw this. You were scanning, looking all over the place. Satara spotted
Okay.
the orange.
It's
Kind of this.
funny. Sora thought she saw something.
Yeah, yeah. Like, they're still there. They're still there. Yes. But Satara, yeah, you
no, it's
spot.
a roach.
You spot. Yeah, you definitely spot. It's like two, like a set of eyes, but kind of a dull, glowing orangish color. It's kind of like looking directly up at you. Try to
Oh, Sora, what's that?
What?
Or-
I'm looking at the birds and the moon and the clouds. I don't see anything. What are you
I
pointing
saw some
at?
orange eyes looking straight up at us. Down there.
Oh, man. Where? Do I see them?
Nope.
Do I have time to see them?
Satara, so you as you get your attention, you look back and they're not there.
Oh, they're gone.
You kind of like, where are they? Where are they? Yeah.
Now I'm definitely staying up for last call. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, third watch here, Grimbar. So are you gonna stay up? That's fine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'll make sure I tell Grimbar all the things that we saw.
Yep.
Especially those things staring up at us.
So, so Grim, yeah, you kind of post up, watch there, look around. At this point,
I look at the
We'll just
first
see.
mate and I says, "Has anybody thought about changing, changing the direction and going up or down a little bit to see if they're going to match what we're doing, or if they're just going in the same direction?"
as far as I'm aware of, I was just told to keep course and not to do anything evasive or strange. I'm not the good of a pilot, really. I don't think that I should be doing very much in the way of strange maneuvering. I'm trying to keep us at an altitude where you can see the ground, but yes, we definitely are spotting those things up there. Keeping an eye on them. But if we go any higher, you can't see the ground. Not very well. And if we,
Any lower, he might hit something.
yeah, and it's in the dark, and I don't want to lose track of the river if we're trying to follow that track either. It's kind of misty and weird out there. And eyes and ears will pipe up. Like it is a very weird. That I don't know what to make of it. It is a strange. Um, it is a strange sight. The landscape is very weird.
I know what I'm going to learn how to do next.
Hey,
Okay.
eyes.
So
Yes.
Guys,
I'm going to put.
I
Sora.
Go ahead.
I need you to not just keep your eyes out for things that are coming at the ship so we can divert around the bad trees. Um, but we saw some crazy stuff looking at us from underneath the boat. If you could also help keep that. I'm not very perceptive with these things on. I don't think they're any good. But I'm gonna
I
keep trying.
I have not seen anything specifically watching us or threatening us in any way, but I will keep an eye and I will watch for any problems. I've been tracking the flock of whatever those things are up above, but they haven't made any movement to there. They have strange looking eyes, from what I can tell.
Yeah? Were they orange?
Yes, they all have.
Oh.
I don't. It's only when they bank a certain way I can see their eyes, but yes, they all have a kind of glowing eyes.
Tara said she saw big orange ones coming from under the boat.
That is not good.
No.
Well, at least the ones down there, if they're big, they're on the ground, and hopefully they can't reach us.
Yeah.
Unless he
That's
has a couple of hundred pterodactyl birds above us that he can swarm us with.
or one great big one.
Yeah.
Uh,
I've, I will keep watching. I will probably go to sleep when the light comes up. But I am watching for any problems. Nothing's made any moves to attack the ship or any of us, so I'm not too
mhm.
worried yet.
I think if we stay the course instead of, moving all around the place and keep as quiet as we can, we might
Can we
be
speed up?
okay.
Hmm?
Can we
You
speed
could.
up?
I mean, well, we could speed up, but I'm a little worried about maneuvering. Um, I There's
He's
always
not,
a risk. And
he's not our normal driver, right? This is the
correct.
nighttime
Yeah, this is the
driver.
first man. Yeah,
Yeah.
first man. I mean, he's basically keeping you guys on course, um, and making sure the boat, the ship's staying at good elevation and everything else.
Hmm.
But he's not the one to do any major maneuvering. I mean,
But tell you what,
I could,
Grimbar, if we get into trouble, you can go wake up the first mate. But in the meantime, let's kind of
and the
just
first mate.
the other guy, girl, person. Sorry, not
It's okay.
used to people's names yet.
So, yes, I will keep us on track. I will make sure that we are where we need to go, and if we have to, I can land the ship.
Probably not something I want to do, but
Mm,
keep that as plan C.
yeah, I was usually like, I don't want to land in the dark. No, I think that'd be a
Mm-mm.
very bad idea. It is dangerous down there, and there are things in the mist I don't quite trust. There's been
Mm-hmm.
a few larger shapes I've seen in the mist. Um, what Satara mentioned. So, um, yes, we'll make sure that everything is clear.
Are we skirting the mist? Like, is the bottom of the ship hitting any of that mist?
No, it's all on the ground. It's kind of low to the
It's all
ground
on the
there.
ground. Okay.
Occasionally, it'll puff up a little bit and kind of waft up to me, maybe 10 feet up or so, and then back down. But
Okay.
yeah, it's not rising up more than maybe 10, 15 feet from the ground at most, and you're about 50 feet up.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, yeah,
So
there's no way for me to test to see if it's like poisonous or anything. Okay.
you don't
Uh,
smell any. I mean, you smell lots of swampy smells, like kind of that
as I would
swamp water,
expect.
mildew.
Hmm.
Yeah,
If it's
nothing that's out
poisonous,
of.
don't eat it.
All
Aw.
right. All right.
So, Grim and Sora, if you're still up there, give me another perception check. Let's see what you spot.
Come on, Grim. Do better than Sora. Nope, not gonna happen.
Oh wow.
Wow,
Okay.
Sora.
Sora credit this time. She got scared of them
You got
birds.
your
Wow.
goggles
Okay.
working finally.
Right?
Okay. So finally you could like, oh, I needed to twist the lenses. That's the problem. So you kind of like
Oh
click into place.
my
Like, oh
gosh.
wow. You kind of
They
like
were
flinch
set for
as
Eldon.
yeah. As you click the lenses into place, they suddenly flare to life. And you're like, oh wow, I can see everything. Wow. This is um. And so for the first time, you can really see things clearly. And now I'm looking for yes. It seems that every one of those pteranodons up there have the same glowing orange colored eyes. Kind of a dull, sickly orange color. And it's only really see when they bank to the side. You can't really see them from below very much there. But every time they bank a little bit, and if you're watching, you'll note that they all bank in unison, and they all fly almost exactly in tandem with each other. And as you've
So
been
like
watching off
normal
and on,
birds?
no.
Okay.
Normal birds in a flock there, you kind of drift in
Oh,
and
okay.
out a little bit there. I mean, even like in flying in formation, they'll sort of like shift and occasionally move here. They're almost perfectly in sync with each.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Eyes, did you notice that? They're all moving at
I
the same time, reacting to the
yes,
same thing.
I've been. I had to watch a little bit to make sure of that, but yes, I see the same thing. It is that is strange. I mean, I'm used to birds moving in groups, but not like that. That is weird.
How long
Um,
do you think till daybreak?
a couple of hours at the most, hour
Okay,
or two
then
maybe.
as long as they continue to do nothing weird, I'm not going to wake anybody up. But the second that flock does anything weird, I'm going to wake everybody up.
Okay.
I mean,
All
it's
right.
already
Keep
weird
Um,
enough.
Grim, you can see the lake at this point. Is just this like large black blotch ahead of you there, and you realize that it's massive. It's quite a ways across, um, and to the point where you can't. It's hard to see the far side of it. But what you can see now, as you're getting closer, and as it's um, the mist that's on the ground doesn't go out onto the lake. Just from the edge of the lake over the land. It's almost like it's spilling off of the lake and out across the land.
So the
Um,
source is the lake.
yes, but not from the like I said, not the center of the lake, just the edge of the lake. Like it's just spilling off the edge of the lake and moving across the ground. And um, you will spot a number of dark, odd shapes moving around in the mist. Not human, not humanoid. Like you're sort of watching, and there just be this large, like like 10-foot long thing kind of shift in the mist, kind of walking along. And then another one, a head will poke up out of the mist, the top of the mist there, kind of this large, elongated head that sort of like looks around and then sort of like lowers and keeps walking off.
So
Um,
like one of those dinosaur heads we fought.
yeah, yeah, not quite as large because that thing was 30 feet tall. Um, these are smaller but similar in style, at least similar in shape. It's hard to make out details specifically. Um, but this occasionally, just some they just kind of move off in the mist. You can see a number of them around, which you hadn't seen previously to now.
Okay.
Anything else you two want to do on your last watch here?
Mm, I'm gonna keep an eye on the you know on the fog. I'm gonna see if I can see what Satara saw.
Okay. Give me one more
So-
perception check then. As you're trying to like watching carefully the fog there, just kind of keeping an eye. Nice. Okay. Um, you're kind of watching, and a shape moves off, a larger, sort of more squat shapes there, kind of moves off away from the ship this way. And as you kind of like trail your eyes back, you will see kind of the ship's moving along there, just in the path of the ship, probably like a ways ahead of the ship there. There was just this set of glowing eyes just staring directly at you. Large glowing eyes. I mean, like probably you can't make out the. Is a lost somebody there.
Kira.
What did I miss?
Kira dropped for some reason.
Uh-huh. There she is.
Okay, good. Go. See?
It's looking directly at me.
Yeah, you're certain of it. Like it's like it is like you're kind of like trailing back. Like look there, and there's these eyes looking directly at you.
Are they human or
No,
humanoid?
they're large. like based on the angle you're looking at and how high up you are and where and at opposite
So
distances.
they're looking even with me.
No. They're looking up at you. You're looking down across there, and you see these eyes looking up at you. You can't quite make out the shape of the thing in the mist, but it's definitely there. And you're just kind of flying. Like it's like as the ship is flying here, it's a little bit off to the port there as you're kind of
Port,
looking
yeah,
down there
port
and
side.
watching there. Yep, and you kind of see them, this large pair of eyes staring up at you directly.
I'm gonna say ground side port 10 o'clock if that's where it's at. I'm gonna tell that to
Roughly,
the
yeah.
eyes and ears and see what he says.
Well, I don't know what that is. It's fairly large, but I can't make out the
I'm
details.
gonna ready my bow. I'm not gonna fire at it as bad as I want to. I'm not going to.
Okay.
So
I can see the eyes, but I can't make out any of the shape. It is. I mean, it must be large. I don't know though. It is uh, um, um. You can see he's just sort of like, shaken up a bit by it, and B, sort of like
yeah.
obviously trying to make out any details.
I'm gonna ask Sora. You can't cast like sunlight or anything, can you?
You're muted.
No, I can't, but I can cast like dancing lights or something. I can throw my hammer, but it'll cause fireball.
I don't want to cause damage. I don't want to cause any damage.
I don't. My dancing lights don't work all the way down there, so I don't know that it'll. I don't think they go down that far. They just
Well,
hover
they go
around me.
120 feet. You're only about 50 feet from the ground.
Oh, then
So-
I guess I can chuck them.
Okay.
But
So you can kind of range them out there, and as you light up the mist kind of, what color? Like light through blue color.
yeah, like a baby blue, like the name of your name.
Okay. Sort of a sand color. So this sort of like bluish, like pale bluish glow lights up the mist around there, and as you sort of push the lights out ahead of you to where Grimbar is pointing there at the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the eyes will blink for a moment, and then the light goes out as the bluish color washes over a large. It's similar in shape to the pterosaur you fought, but the head's more elongated. Or actually,
We're about to lose Jim, I think.
oh, how about now? Coming back a little bit.
I know.
Okay,
Yeah, he
good.
was
Yeah,
spiking him.
yeah. I just roboted for a second there. Um, yes, you will see. Yeah, there's sort of elongated head there. It's up on two, up its back legs there. And it's just sort of like
Bipedal.
as the light kind of washes over it and you kind of make out the shape of it, it just sort of like blinks and then wanders off.
Does the orange leave his eyes?
Yep. Yeah, but about the time as the light is about to wash over it there, Sora's light, but the orange glow blinks out, and you have um you see the shape of this dark scaled large dark maybe greenish hide, um and
Large
just sort of
lizard
like
looking thing.
but up on two legs,
Yeah, bipedal.
and it just sort of like wanders off. Stops.
It's almost like it was being controlled, and then the lights, your lights broke the spell almost, or caused them to release it. We are being watched, in my opinion.
So wait, he was being controlled by the mist, and when the lights came over, he was not being controlled?
Correct.
So the mist is controlling the creature? Or the person who casted the mist is controlling the creature?
The person who casted the mist is controlling the mist. He's using the mist to control creatures.
That's a new one.
Yeah, but why? How could he do the same thing with the birds?
I don't know. Maybe.
We'll have to ask the druid in the morning. She may know. She's the animal person.
The sky, as you're kind of watching all that, at the very ahead of you, just over just the mountains of Drakal, way off in the distance, you suddenly catch a little bit of a faint glow as this jagged line of light appears on the horizon, just before the sun starts to peek up over the top of the mountains off in the distance there. And you are traveling east, so it's basically you're flying directly into the sun at this point. Um, so just as that little bit of that jagged line of light really erupts into sunlight as the sun just starts to peek up over the top, as the datum's there. As you look, the flock is gone. And you're not sure when, but they're not there now.
So I'm assuming even Eyes and Ears was looking down at what was going on.
You think so? Damn, I wish I had been watching. I can't watch both at the same time. I should have been watching them. I'm sorry.
Eyes, calm down. We can't have you watch everything.
It's
You've got
strange. And you see him give out a big yawn.
and you're very tired. Listen, you're one person.
I know, but it's my job.
Man, you got a heck of a job to try and watch everything. Give yourself a break. Calm down.
How did you knock your finger in his mouth when he yawned?
Because he's all the way up there, and I'm all the way down here.
Okay.
Actually, no, he's on the deck of the ship with you guys. He's not up there.
Oh, I thought he was up there.
He doesn't need to be up there. He's actually watching through sensors. So I think I will go and rest. I'll let the captain know that it's daylight, and maybe Ale can come out and take over flying, and keep us a little more on track. And as the light is just starting to kind of that pre-dawn, there you can see the dark blotch of the lake, and the mist just sort of fades away. It's not gone. You still see kind of this haze on the ground a little bit, but the ever-present like tendrils of mist that were moving around at nighttime there seem to dissipate as the light gets brighter. And you just see the dark greenish blue, vast lake now, as you were right about here. So,
About a what
halfway.
a quarter halfway between
Yep,
that
that
spike
bump.
right there
Mhm. And the
okay.
lake itself. Yeah. As you look down, you will see a number of, as it does get a little bit brighter, Ale will come back up on deck there and take over the helm and send Amir back down decks, back down below decks. Um, and we have an okay night, I hope. Really?
Mm, didn't really have like a bad night, just,
Oh,
a creepy one. It was just very creepy.
And we're
okay.
being followed by 40, 50 pterodactyls. That
Oh,
had a giant monster eyeballing us.
oh, that's not good. Well,
Eyes
we're all
and
still
ears
here at
peeing
least.
his pants. Yeah, nothing big deal. Big deal.
I hope not. That would be done. But well, I will be. I will take over the ship now, and I will watch the helm there, and you can kind of see, almost immediately the ship sort of does sort of a little bit of a little side to side sway as you kind of get a bit different angle on things. Um, she kind of tilts the ship a little bit to the side there, just enough to kind of be able to get a better look over the side, kind of the side there. Those big different things that are out there. I see. Well, those are fun. Um, and she kind of munching on some of the foliage there and stomping along. Um, um, some other fairly, uh, mostly, what you see looking around, and there's mostly the herbivore ones that you saw previously on your trip here. Um, but who else
It's,
is
I
getting
explained
up?
to I explained to Lucas, are you getting up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So over the course of an next hour or two, you guys are all
I
kind of
explained
getting up
everything that
there.
had happened.
So, um, yes, it seems that something is exerting control over the wildlife in some way. By the sound of it, potentially using it as remote viewing. You do know, and Sitara, you know this too. There are spells like Beast Sense that can allow you to see through animals' eyes, similar to like a familiar but a temporary kind of thing. Um, Maybe use magic similar to that, potentially.
Yeah.
If something were to try to watch. There is.
Hmm. But who would want to be watching over us now? Like, we haven't done anything yet.
Hmm,
Huh.
it's
Lucas.
I mean, there's no trace of. I mean, there's no, like, you don't see any. You still have not seen any trace of Lizardfolk.
We haven't.
Um, However, I think Grim, as you're sort of like adjusting your eyes there, kind of getting back into this day that comes up there, um, you will spot a canoe on the ground, on the edge of the river.
Okay. I'll point it
As
out.
Yeah, you guys can see it there. Ale's like, want me to put down to check it out, or what's the plan? I can circle around if you want.
Yeah, do a circle. Let's see what's
Okay.
around. Let's
Okay. So
yeah.
she does a bit of a banking turn as she sort of like puts the ship into a bit of a wide circle there.
Yeah.
She actually kind of banks it so it kind of, you look down over the railing on the port side. You'll actually
Does it kind
see.
of like a steep? The ship goes at a
She
steep
doesn't go
rate.
that steep. She doesn't go that steep there. She want to dump it
Mm-mm.
off the
Come
side.
on.
I mean, if you really
Mm-mm.
want to, she can lay into it. But I mean, she's like, no, I'm just
Mm-mm.
kind of enough of a turn that you can kind of give it a wide berth there. And she does sort of a turn so that it actually does. You can kind of look down and see the canoe on the ground there. So it kind of turns around where the canoe is. You don't see signs of. Well, maybe perception checks to see who sees what. Who's ever on the deck there looking down?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Because that was creepy.
I can't see squat.
Yeah,
I'm too
19. What are you
focused on
talking
my
about?
book.
Same.
Yep. Yeah, sorry, Amethyst. You sort of still kind of waking up, still kind of a little blurry eyed, still, and sorry, you're a little more
Dreaming about Elia.
absorbed in your book a bit. Um, all right, Lucas and Grimm. You got, I mean, I guess you can kind of see where the canoe is. Um, you don't see the signs of Lizardfolk. You only see the one canoe there. It's obviously Lucas. You can spot it's obviously damaged. Um, like it may have either sprung a leak or something because it's a bit submerged into the water partially. Um, Grim, you do see a um, uh, one of the larger, one of the actually I would say smaller dinosaurs, one of the uh, um, herbivores, has been taken down probably about 50 yards from there.
Okay. So a hunting party has been in this area. Is it a fresh kill?
By the details up high, he didn't roll pretty
Is
well.
it is
Um,
there what I'm looking for is, can I see signs of, or is there, carrion on it? In other words,
yes, yes, you will definitely see carrion there. It's been picked fairly clean. You do not see arrows or javelins sticking into it.
Hmm.
It's always been
It's been
taken
picked
down.
clean enough that we can't see if it was taken down by magic or not.
Correct.
So
You can't really see. It's fairly fresh. I mean, within a few days, probably. So yes, there are definitely
okay, so we're at least catching up.
probably.
All right, so I'll relay that information.
It has not been butchered.
Oh, it wasn't butchered.
It was not
You
butchered.
you think it just something killed it, and wow.
Hard. You say you are still 50 feet up or so, and a little ways off from seeing it. You kind of spotted it on the turn there. So,
I'm gonna ask
you,
to drop me down on it. Is there any other animals around it?
there's a few carrion critters that are down
Birds.
there. Uh, some other things too.
All right. Well, hover me. Hover me down a little bit closer so I can get it,
But it
so
will
I
sort
can
of
see
like
it.
kind of put the ship into a bit of a hover mode there, and kind of over the top of it there. Drops the rope down.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'll shimmy down like a rope ladder that's not all the way to the ground, and I'm
sure.
gonna take a closer look. So, w- I'm gonna. What do I roll a perception or investigation, or because I'm
Investigation,
looking at the
sure.
bones. I'm
Yeah,
looking at. I'm
yeah,
trying to figure out what took it down.
yeah. Let's see what kind of details you get. Okay, so with that roll, couple things. First off, you see bunch of the little like turkey-sized little dino things like run off from it there as you sort of like swing into view there, make a little bit of noise there, and they kind of like they're obviously chomping away at the side there. Um, you can confirm that yes, there were definitely not. You don't see weapon wounds on this thing. It's been picked apart there, but you will see what are obviously claw marks, like
Hand
scratches
claw
down the side,
marks or big
scratches down the
claw
side of it.
marks?
Look to be about hand sized.
Okay, so
Um,
zombie
and
looking things versus big claw marks of a con. Okay,
yeah,
that's
not
what I'm looking
dinosaur.
for.
Yeah, so it's been clawed at. There have been pieces ripped off of it. Um, there are bite marks on it, but that's hard to tell what kind of bite marks those are.
Yeah.
It's been chewed on. It's been eaten partially.
Been gnawed. Yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
And with a 24 also, you can definitely see disturbance on the ground around it. A number of probably what
Humanoid
look to
type.
be humanoid footsteps. Yes. Again, hard to determine if it's some kind of dinosaur type or other sort of clawed feet, but there definitely are footprints around it.
It's a weak roll, but I'm gonna roll a survival check to see which way they went, or survival or nature.
Survival. You're trying to determine the nature of tracks.
So survival.
Mm-hmm. You spotted them with the investigation check there, so now it's a
Ooh, I critted.
excellent. They came from the river and then went back to the river.
All right. All right. Well, I reveal all of this to everybody, of course, and then I'm gonna tell them. I said, I'm thinking some things turn these into mindless creatures, and they still have to eat.
Hmm.
Because if these are lizard folk, and they're not using weapons to take this down, and they're just clawing at them, they're either desperate, or they've been turned into some kind of monster kind of thing. And I look at everybody except Sora because she's not a wizard, she's not magically inclined. And I'm gonna say,
I
is that
am.
possible?
I am magically inclined.
By the gift of your god, that's it.
It's still just as good as theirs.
Wow.
I don't understand why that's a thing.
Skating on thin ice there.
Wow,
Yep.
very, very thin ice, We're about to go
You
into
are
the
still
place of my deity. Wow.
No.
Wow. Too far,
Um,
Romar. Too far.
okay. Romar, with that crit and with a 24 investigation there, you will. It's very, very faint, but looking as you're climbing back up the ladder, looking out, you can kind of see the edge of the lake. It's still a ways off, but there is definitely movement that you spot in the lake.
As in something moving on the top of the lake or swirling at the surface of the lake?
All along at the
Yes,
lake.
the answer is
Yeah.
yes. Something like
Yes.
somewhere
Yeah.
around
It's
that
too
area.
far off to make details. You just spot movement over
Okay.
there. Yeah.
And I will voice that as well.
Yep.
And I wasn't insulting. I was just, I look at Sora. I wasn't, just they're more of a magical nature. Yours is more of a divine nature.
It's the same, sir. The
So
same.
magic.
It is the same.
He's gonna get his butt whipped.
He sure is. This big old hammer is gonna come across his face one time, and it's
Oh.
not gonna be a mistake. Insulting the deity of which the country we're about to go into. That's probably not a good idea.
No, I wasn't insulting the deity. I'm just
hmm
saying he's got a poor choice of. I'm just kidding.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, Romar. All
Someone's
right,
getting
Grimbar.
kicked off
All
the edge.
right, Grimbar.
See, this is where it starts. You retaliate, you get called evil.
I've been hanging around Amethyst too long. I'm sorry. I gotta stop. I'm not evil.
All right, Grimbar.
Did we know what the creature in the lake was? I remember a discussion, but I can't remember if it's in character or not.
Eldon told us that it was an aboleth.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. Essentially a aquatic like horror that can dominate minds.
Oh, nice.
We were told it was driven out from under the mountains, which is why it ended up in the lake, weren't we?
Oh, that's
Right.
right. That's right.
It's-
Yep.
The thing in the mountains is what did it.
Yep, seems to be. Right then.
Do we
yeah, go ahead.
Do we think this all could be perpetuated by an Avress?
We didn't
Give
do
me an
enough
Arcana
research
check.
in order to know.
Because you've been reading a bunch. Give me an Arcana check. It would have to be a pretty powerful one. You do know that they can dominate minds and such, from what you've read. This may be a little bit more, but they do tend to make layers in places, and they can be a lot more powerful in their layers. And then do things they normally wouldn't be able to do if you encounter them outside of their lair, essentially. So if it's reaching out from the lake this far, must be a pretty powerful one. Or well entrenched, let's just say.
Yeah.
It may be something else as well. Statara, give me a nature check.
Okay.
This is, well, I would say this. There's a lot strange here. You've never seen these creatures. You've never really been in a swamp before. This is all fairly new. You read about it. You know a little bit about what's going on here, but this is a lot of overwhelming information in terms of just the sheer, like, sensory overload between the sights and the smells and the strange creatures, and you find yourself kind of watching the creatures that are out there. And enough that could probably change into one of the smaller ones. At this point, you kind of like find yourself like staring at one of the something like kind of off in the distance there, like just staring at one of the ones kind of moving and kind of seeing how it moves, how it walks. Kind of seeing the dead one down there, going, "Okay, that's the insides of it a bit." But the idea of something, an aboleth is something that you probably would have at least heard of, because they are that aberration type of thing. So there's definitely something odd out there, and it's all sort of piling up on you. With that, though, the captain's... Should we move on? Continues with the lake. Want to investigate anything else around here?
I'd say head towards the lake myself.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, we should go to the lake.
Okay. As you spend a little bit later in the morning, it's probably around 1 o'clock, and the edge of the lake is coming into view. You kind of see you're still a few hundred yards away, maybe a quarter mile or so, from kind of where the river spills out into the lake itself. And it's just sort of this murky, and you'll notice that the river itself, now you're in the daylight again, and the lake is just this, it's not clear water. It's all kind of greenish blue, brown, very muddy looking in a lot of places there. And it's just, the river itself kind of like meanders a bit. It's not a fast flowing river by any means at all here. It just sort of like meanders a bit there, and there's these like pockets of algae and sludge and stuff kind of in these little pools off to the side of it there as river kind of like snakes its way toward the main the lake.
Does it look the same as it did when we were here before?
It's similar. It's a little bit clearer on this side where you where the village was over here. That river is a little bit cleaner coming out of the mountains. This side is definitely it's very windy, sort of um, uh, uh, somewhat murky water the whole way. It was a little bit cleaner and clearer back where the village was, but now as it's moving toward the lake here, it's getting to that sort of like lots of like twists and turns, and a lot of those twists and turns there'll be these carved out sections with like standing water, and it's just it's more unpleasant. Smells mustier, murkier here and on the river there, but the lake itself is just this. It's barely moving. Large bodies of water tend to have a little bit of a flow to them, a little bit of. It is just sort of flat, dark, bluish, green expanse. It's a ways across. You can barely see the other side. You can see the mountains kind of on the horizon, but you can't really see the other side of the lake there. It's too far. But as you do approach, you will see two different times these like long curved necks poke up, kind of look around, and then submerge again. A second one, as you get a fairly decent look there. Elongated neck sticking up there, kind of a long beak-like mouth. Look at I have a picture here. One sec. Oh darn it! That did not come up the way I was supposed to at all. One sec. Yeah, this will do. As you see, something along that line.
It's
That
a Loch Ness
long
Monster.
neck.
It's a Loch Ness monster.
Plesiosaur.
Plesiosaur.
Mm-hmm.
Do any of us know what a plesiosaur is?
It's that thing there.
You probably saw one last time you were here on the edge of the lake to the other side. But unless you studied story, you can find one in your book.
Oh, I can find it in my book. Okay.
Yeah, they're aquatic dinosaur types there that swim along. They have long necks.
You have a book of dinosaurs?
I do have a book of dinosaurs. I picked up one at the library.
Oh.
I'll thumb through it.
Yep.
Look,
then you find something
dinosaur.
that is, Yep.
I might want to let the druid have a look at that at some point.
The neck itself is probably a good 12 feet long, poking up there. Just kind of poking out there. End to end, probably be a good 30 feet.
That's a big dinosaur.
Mm-hmm. And there's at least two, you see.
There's two big dinosaurs.
Yep. There's one kind of pokes out there and kind of submerges again. Another one comes up over the side over here and kind of goes down. They seem to be swimming around. The shoreline here is kind of somewhat active. You'll see some other dinosaur types kind of on the lake's edge, drinking from a little ways down. You see pteranodons flying overhead. Occasionally, you'll see like smaller actual birds flying around as well. Kind of your gull type birds and some other things flying around. But yeah, definitely an odd assortment of alien-looking critters. But what catches your eye? Let's see, who's got the highest passive? That's going to be Amethyst. As you're kind of watching the plesiosaur there, you will spot poking their heads up from the water, the shoreline, are two, maybe the third one there, what look to be lizard folk.
Oh,
The heads poke up, kind of looking off, and almost in unison they poke down below the water and
I
out
What
will
of
kind of
sight.
folk? What folk?
Lizard folk.
lizard. I will
Lizard
tell the
folk.
rest of the party that I just saw 2 or 3 lizard folk poke their heads up and disappear again. Did they see us?
They probably,
Okay. I'll
yeah,
say
it's
that I think that they
essentially
saw
kind
us and then.
of back into the water.
Mhm.
And as you kind of scan the shoreline trying to find anything else here, we're gonna get to break. So we'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes or so. Get your drinks, get your restroom, take care of the little one,
Huh?
and we'll be back here soon. And welcome back. We have arrived at the shores of the Murk, as the locals call the Big Lake. You call it the Murk, and it is definitely lives up to his name. It's very murky, unclear water, bluish green, very dark. Obviously, very deep as well. From the tell, as the party looks out, as the ship has kind of settled into a fairly solid patch of ground. It's able to recharge for a bit. It doesn't hurt to let the recharge there, take things over. Um, the group is looking over the shoreline. Satara kind of studying some of the creatures off in the distance there and looking at the book that Thora has been holding on to. But yes, a couple, two or three heads of lizard folks disappear under the end of the water, and as you wait, they don't reemerge. You don't see them pop back up again.
I'm gonna look towards the shore. I'm just gonna scan inland a little bit,
Okay.
see what's going on. Maybe the shore to see if I see anything that's like a mass of people just going into the water or coming out of the water.
You do not see any massive people coming and going from the water. Definitely, the shore is fairly it is a bit rocky in spots. It's a bit some raised up in spots. Um, at least off to the north side of the river inlet there, you'll see that the ground is raised up a bit, and it's about maybe about 5 or 6 foot drop from the top of where the ground comes out there, and where the lake has kind of eroded the ground away, making it almost like a mini cliffside in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see movement. You don't see any groups of people. There's not really any. There's not really a beach along here. It just sort of the water is sort of like lapped up and it's kind of like eating away at the ground essentially around it. So it almost forms a little like a drop off into the lake itself.
Okay.
The river too is just sort of like opens up and is just eroding the sides of the ground away as it spills out into the lake itself. That occasionally you see the plesiosaur things kind of poking up, or some kind of dark shapes moving out in the water. But nothing rushes out at you. Nothing is obviously uh, moving in your direction or anything else like that. You definitely see creatures off in the distance. Various dinosaur-like things off of different shapes and sizes. But at the moment you're at the opening of the river, you don't see anything immediately hostile or otherwise. What would you like to do?
Can you detect magic on it? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say we're going to have to get closer at some point, aren't we, if we're planning on investigating the whole area.
Yeah.
We could detect magic on it if you want.
Magic? Will magic penetrate the water?
I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah, I can do detect magic, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there's something down there controlling them. I don't know.
Okay. There's no evident, like, obvious magic radiating on the shoreline here. There's no active spells happening. There's no active, specifically, no active magic going on. But there's definitely, hey, Lucas, give me a perception check, because you're studying with detect magic up there. And Amethyst, you have the magic version. You can do it as well if you want. You guys are kind of studying with the. Okay.
Awful.
Yeah, I mean, you find yourself kind of getting distracted by little fishes in the water, larger things moving further out in the water there, and you don't really see anything specific there. Lucas, there is some lingering trace of magic, but it doesn't fall into a school exactly. The water, kind of this whole area seems to be this low sort of saturation of magical energy. You try to tap into I mean into a specific like detail about it, and it's it's not nature magic. You can be sure of that, but it's not really falling into a specific um type of the type of school of
Alchemical
magic.
magic, maybe.
I mean, it's like I said, it's
Somebody's
definitely
poisoned the lake.
unnatural. I mean, there's no dead fish or floating in the lake or anything like that, or no,
Wow.
whatever's in there isn't. Yeah.
It's a massive mind control.
I mean, there's no, yeah, because the lingering traces of magic. There's no active presence. There's just the fact that magic has been here, certainly, um, kind of permeating everywhere. So, um,
I say let's get closer to the water. We are in a boat.
well, the boat is landed right now.
Oh, I thought we were flying around in the area or hovering in the area.
No, the
We
boat
landed.
landed. Yeah, we boat landed a little ways back from the shore in a solid patch of ground.
On the ground,
Yeah.
not in the water.
You don't want the
Airships
boat in the water.
Yeah, airships in the water near a dock are fine, but airships are very lightweight and tend to get tossed around on oceans or lakes and like that. And so um, while
Also,
they
if
can
any,
do it,
sorry,
they can do it in a pinch. But yeah, it's not often a good idea.
I was going to say to them, if any danger happens, if anything happens, they should just take off and keep out of the way of anything flying as well.
Captain will go ahead and tell you that yeah, well, he'll stay at the helm and we'll take off if needed. Board as well. You should be able to get to us if we need to get into the air.
Not me.
You can be carried by someone, Grimbar.
Oh,
There's 4 other people that can fly around you.
And one of them actually has the strength to be able to do so, but might gently drop you.
Gently.
it could be possible.
I said gently.
Uh-huh. I was adding the air quote.
Yep.
So,
I'm gonna hop off the boat then.
I'm surprised that word's in Sora's vocabulary, to be honest. Gently?
Gently? Well, I have a nephew I have to be gentle with. Right?
Yeah. Like crashing through a door with him on your shoulders. Very gentle.
That would be awesome, but I don't think they would like that.
You did do that. You did do that.
I also don't want to get too close to that river without being ready, or that lake without being ready. So, do we want to prep anything just in case? I don't know,
what do you want to prep?
less or something? I don't
Well,
even know if Sora
This doesn't
has
last very
less.
long, does it?
It's a minute.
I do want to as there's nothing on the shore, on the ground, everything you see is in the water. See here. Yeah. How do you want to deal with that?
Well, I'm gonna walk towards the water. Actually, what I was thinking is just kind of get closer to the lake to see if basically to see if I can entice them out.
I am going to ask Sitara if she has any way of helping the party breathe underwater.
No, I don't.
Okay.
You can, I believe.
I don't have anything prepped though. I don't think.
Well, I will say this: it's a long rest, and so it's still morning. So if you would, or still early up in the day, if you do want to swap out spells, you can do so. You got the recall spell, I think it is.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. Otherwise, might be a little hard to do.
We did know that we were heading to a lake, didn't we? So that
Yeah.
would be something that we would know in advance.
Do we want to, like, I don't know, maybe get temporary hit points going and bless?
Like I said, bless only lasts for a minute, so if anything happens, it'll probably be wearing off.
Yeah, I don't think that's
No,
going to be
what-
but maybe
I'm
10
wait-
hit points wouldn't be.
Amethyst, can you call lightning?
No?
I am lightning. Call lightning. I'll just shoot it out of my mouth.
Sora! Yeah, I can. There you go.
Yeah, if we're intending to go and investigate, or Lucas will give an inspiring speech.
Okay. So as you kind of, as you spend the time kind of on the shorelines there, Lucas, yeah, you can kind of go ahead and do that, and it's 18 temporary hit points
Yeah.
for everybody. Go ahead and add those onto your sheet, so you got them.
I activate my Divine Shield Bracer.
That'll last for an hour, is that right? 10 minutes is what it is, yeah. All right. So, yeah, so you kind of like settle in there looking around. Give me whatever checks you want to be making for the shoreline and looking around the place. So perception, investigation, survival, whichever makes the most sense for you and what you want to be doing. And let me know where you're looking specifically. Nice. Okay.
Sora is looking in the water.
Okay. So Sora, you definitely see dark shapes moving in the water.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of like tracking them with your eyes there. They're not coming close to the shore. They're out of ways. I mean, good like 50 to 100 yards out. But you can tell that the water gets pretty deep. From what you can tell. Satara, you can you find yourself like watching some of the critters and the animals, and like I said, there's definitely fish swimming around. There's definitely things swimming down in the murky water, kind of disturbing the water there. And now that you're up close, there is a little bit of water movement to the water itself. I mean, wind is blowing, and so there's going to be some disturbance in the water there, but there's no like actual like lapping of waves or anything else like that. That's what that is.
Oh, I casted aid. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to give it to Sitara, Amethyst, and to Grimbar.
Okay. So that's 5 maximum hit points to get.
Maximum hit points, yep.
Okay. That increases your hit point maximums by 5.
Remember what your original number is, though.
Yep.
I'm back up from last week, right?
Yeah. You definitely have had time to rest. You've had quite a few days of rest. Okay. So.
And Grimbar is just scanning the whole up and down the whole beach, looking for any signs of anything.
Okay. So I would say then, Grim and Amethyst, you're kind of looking along the shoreline, looking along the water there. You don't spot anything in the way of specifically tracks, but you will see a kind of a darker patch below the surface of the water. on one of the higher rise where the leak is kind of eroded away at the ground. So it's about 5 feet down to the water surface from the shore where you're looking at here, and below there's definitely a darker spot along the wall. Um,
Like there's a hole in
below
the
the
wall.
surface there, like there's a hole below the water line. Yes, and that's pretty closely in line um, with uh, where the heads bop down, kind of out in front of that area there. Lucas, with that 30, um, you and you've been detecting magic and everything else. With that, the the magic aura that you've been seeing there, you've been studying it for a bit there, kind of tapping in, trying to study it, figure out there. There's definitely a stronger there's definitely a sort of a stronger blip of magic, if you want to call it that, at that space, that same where that dark hole is. There's something. There's more stronger traces of magic down in that space as well. Like there's been active magic happening specifically in that area. However, also with that, you will spot on the shoreline um, a bundle of herbs that kind of got that looks out of place, and you kind of spot it because like there's some leaves in the grass in kind of the swampy area, but you pick it out there, and it's very similar to the bundle of herbs you saw back at the alchemist shed or the alchemist um where that shaman or whatever was back in the village. And you realize that it does match some of those um, same types of things. And there's a footprint kind of submerged in the swampy grass around where that is, about human size, but with clawed feet. Um, uh, and you've seen lizard folk there. You kind of realize it's probably very similar to lizard folk, is it? But definitely so, based on what you're seeing there. So definitely to track down the right spot. And there's something about the opening there that definitely has more magic to it.
Yeah, I'll point that out to everyone.
And lastly, with the 30, as you're kind of holding the bundle of herbs there and kind of looking down in there, kind of studying the space there, kind of focusing on it there. There's definitely an element of enchantment to it. It's just there between the herbs you're holding and the faint aura that's being left over there. There's definitely an element of enchantment to the magics that are there. So, what would you like to do?
Yeah, what would we like to do?
I'd like to activate my flying carpet
Interesting.
just for
Okay.
a minute. And see if I can see anything if I like fly above the water from maybe 20 feet up or something.
Well, it's only
See if
5 feet
can-
down from where you are. I mean, you're gonna fly up to 20 feet?
Yeah, because I don't want to get too close to the surface of the water in case something comes up and goes like that.
You mean out over the lake then?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, because so you're already like 5 feet from you're at the water surface almost right now. So because you up in the cover, they go out a little ways. Okay. Give me a perception check out there. See what you see. And looking around out there. Okay.
I'm so tired of bad rolls.
Not a bad roll. You will definitely spot as you go a little ways out. You will definitely spot a dark shape moving down below the surface there. Probably similar to the plesiosaurs you saw down there before.
Okay.
Just sort of like cruising around, kind of like watching there. It's not really like I wouldn't even. It's not really in a pattern of any kind. It's just sort of like swimming around, just sort of like doesn't seem to be natural to its movements at least.
Does Sora's book say these creatures are herbivores or omnivores or carnivores?
So right here in the book, it says that the ones with flat teeth eat plants, and the ones with sharp teeth.
I can't see its teeth. It's just in the water.
Well, I don't know what to tell you then.
You said it was a plesiosaur, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's fish.
It eats fish.
I would think they would eat.
They'd eat us.
Yeah, you didn't get a good look at its face, but if it is that the book, yes, they are carnivores. They eat meat. So you definitely see them out there. They're not moving close to shore. You can see that much. They're definitely a good if you about the closest they get is maybe about 20, 30, about 60 to 100 feet from shore. They don't really get in very close. And you can tell the water drops off and it gets very deep very quickly. It is dark water below you here, and you can't see much. You can't see very far into it either. It's very murky water, like the lake's name. Anything else you want to do out there?
No, I just wanted to see if I could see anything else.
Yep. There's nothing else. Yeah, you'll see some fish. Kind of. You kind of like flinch a little bit as a fish jumps out to catch a bug and splashes back into the water. There's definitely living things in the lake. You can see that. There's nothing unnaturally still about it or anything else like that. It is very much alive. Back on the surface. You don't see anything breaking the surface. There's not really any movement down below the surface near the shore, as you can see, other than little fish here and there, and little minnows. You can see little. There's not swarms of everything else like that, but there's fish swimming around down there. So, from what you can tell, they're not acting abnormally. They're not moving in an unnatural way or anything else. If that question was for me, Sora.
Has Chitara cast a spell on us that lets us breathe underwater?
Not yet.
But it can.
Well, I think we're going to have to go in there, aren't we? I don't think anything's going to happen here. I thought if we flew round up there, if there was anything going to come out, it would come out and go, oi. But nothing happened, so...
Yep. Okay.
Bye, Dapple.
Okay.
So, you gather everyone together there, and up to 10 million creatures. So you all, well, suddenly, was that? You're muted there, Grimbar.
Sorry about that. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I can breathe underwater, but how am I going to maneuver? I'm not a fish.
You're right.
Can you swim?
There's no reason you can't specifically.
As I can swim, yeah, but what happens if I need to maneuver?
Good question.
Maybe you'll use those swords more often.
I will say this.
Difficult, right?
Stabbing with things is okay.
Yeah.
Shooting a bow underwater, not going to happen. Using blunt weapons underwater or slashing weapons underwater, not so good.
Sora's getting excited. Little bits are starting to curl off of her. Oh, wait. I'm not lightning anymore, guys.
I'm
yes, assuming
that
yes, you are. You're bronze.
I'm bronze.
Also lightning.
Is it?
Lightning.
Yes.
I thought you said it was something else, and I meant to write it
You
down.
also have the enervating breath. You have the metallic breath as well, but your base element is lightning.
So
Metallics also get the other ones as well.
Jim,
Okay.
can I just check? I'm assuming
Mhm.
if you can breathe underwater, you can also speak underwater.
Yes.
So somatic component.
Yes, you can still cast
spells.
spells underwater, yes.
Right.
As long as you can breathe. Yes.
Yeah. Just don't cast lightning spells while you're under the water.
Area of effect.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'm going to put that out there, yes. There are certain spells, like fire spells ain't going to work so well underwater. Cold spells are not going to work real well underwater. And lightning are a bad idea.
But it goes in a straight line.
Sure. So it goes everywhere. So, so that little bit you can kind of piece together. So you haven't done this before, but you can now breathe underwater, and
All of a sudden.
it's a very strange sensation because you still breathe air as well, and you're just like, but there's a weird sensation in your throat and your chest that something has altered a bit. Who's gonna go in the water?
I'll go in the water.
I'll go in the
Thora?
water.
I'll
Sora's
follow.
You
going
find you
in
have
the water.
Thora. You under the water there. You have no problem moving around at all.
Before we
You're
go
not-
in,
You're not hampered by anything else there.
Why?
do we want to activate your telepathic bond while we go
Well,
around?
it's still yours. It just
Yeah.
Oh, I still cast it?
yeah, you still cast it. It doesn't do
Okay.
yeah, just through
Yeah,
the
well,
through
we'll
the
all
lake
need
there.
to be together, so I'll cast it before we go
Well,
in.
you're all right there
Mhm.
still. Neither story.
I hang my head dejectedly, mumbling a dwarf underwater. It's just not natural.
Do you think dwarves
And,
flying
and
is natural?
and I just walk. Absolutely not. And I just kind of walk underneath the water.
Yep. You find the water along here is fairly drops off very quickly. It's very as soon as you're all into the water. Yes, you find yourself.
Regardless, I'm
Yeah, you hold your breath. You hold your breath. You hold your breath, and suddenly you're like starting to panic, and you suddenly and you breathe in the air, the water, it's just like air. You find yourself be able to just breathe what feels normally. It's a strange sensation, but it still works fine.
the gillyweed works.
Yep.
Seesaw, I told you Grimwald didn't take baths. He's scared of going in the water. He thinks he's going invisible. He's flying. He's casting spells, and he thinks this is the most unnatural thing that he's done so far. I mean,
And he called me smelly.
But yeah,
Smell you
like
under here.
as everyone's kind of swimming and kind of like moving around in the water there, I would say since you don't have to hold your breath, you actually will drop down below the water very easily. You're not like buoyantly popping back to the surface or anything else like that. So you're able to swim down below. As you go beneath the surface, it's really strange because it's quiet under the water. You hear sort of like bloop, bloop, bloop occasionally, but you look out and it's just this dark expanse. Oh, as you kind of like look out into the lake there, it just drops away into darkness, and it's like you're just floating in this void almost. You can look up and see the light at the surface, but it's just blackness down below you. And you look back,
Stay in the shallows.
so there's not much shallow. Essentially, it drops off really quickly. It's like you are like you can drop and kind of be at the side there, but it's a very steep incline that goes there. It's not, you can't even stand. There's no bottom to stand on. It's more so you can kind of like get on the wall and kind of a little bit at the shore. It's a little bit, maybe about 30 stand, and it drops off to almost like a 60, and then almost a straight down. So there's a little bit of surface there, but as you look back at the shoreline there toward the edge of the lake, there is a sizable opening well below the surface, about 6-7 feet below the surface, by the surface of the water there, along the wall. And there's a sizable, like good, like if not almost like a oval shaped, about 5 foot tall, 5 6 foot tall, and about 4 foot wide opening that kind of like goes back into darkness. Those of you dark vision, which is everyone here, so you can kind of pull your goggles into place there, and they're now working. You can see a little bit normally and click them into place. You see everyone kind of swimming, and there's obviously getting used to their. So are you having no problem maneuvering? It's all sort of like, you kind of swing back and forth. It's all.
Oh, I'm going to fully deploy my armor then.
Sure. Not
fully
a problem.
Test it out.
Yeah. Ring of reaction.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you might like wow, like, yeah. So anyway, yeah, the water's not hampering your movements at all. The armor's fine. You're able to kind of maneuver around. Yep.
Okay.
Everyone else is
Having a
swimming.
druid around is pretty good, I'm thinking.
Well, yeah,
And
obviously.
I'll thank Satara for
And
not
yeah, you
killing
guys,
me, not letting them kill me. So
you can all think to each other, obviously, because you had the telepathic bond set up there.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
it
if
is
he wanted to kill you, you would already be dead.
looking into the opening there. It definitely goes in a bit and then drops and goes down a ways.
Should we explore this opening?
I mean,
yeah.
do we have any reason not to explore the opening? Nope.
Okay.
Then I guess we're going.
Okay. You find you kind of move along, you kind of pull yourself in. It's a rough kind of, the edges of it are a bit muddy, little rock sticking out here, but so as you kind of move into the space, you're able to kind of swim and pull yourself along. And it just sort of like, it goes in a little ways and then just drops. It goes kind of down and kind of curves around and kind of find this, it's almost like a fairly deep incline on this opening, and you find yourself kind of panicking a bit, almost panicking a little bit there. But then
Is it a current pulling us, or are we just pulling ourselves? Or is
pulling
there
yourself. Yeah, there's no real current.
Okay.
There's very little movement to the water itself. There, it's all fairly like still.
Okay, so there's no
Able to move
opening at
along
the
and
bottom.
not yet anyway. Uh, you go down fairly. You're not sure exactly how long. I mean, maybe a minute or so of just kind of like going down and swimming and kind of pulling yourself along here. What order are you going in? Who's going first, second, third, last?
I'll go behind Sora. Did you go first?
I'll go first.
Yeah, I'll kind of put you guys just in
I'll be
order.
right behind Amethyst.
I don't know how to look. I'll go first. I don't know how to look for traps underwater, but I'll look.
You want to move out in front of Sora?
Or at least even with her.
Well, it's a fairly narrow pattern. You can't go side by side. It's a single file.
You can go first.
Okay,
I'll try it.
Last. Okay, so roughly, as I said, you're kind of going down, and you
I'm
realize
not going quick.
no, you're not moving fast.
Looking around.
Yeah, there's not one. You're basically in a fairly narrow, uneven, rocky passageway that just kind of goes down and kind of bends around and goes down further. A couple spots it opens up a little bit, but not enough to really maneuver around, or it's kind of an uneven passageway essentially. And looking at this grim, you realize this is actually kind of rock. It's mostly rock as you get down into here, so it actually is like
is it work?
Almost like it's not worked stone. It seems to be it's a bit uneven, and there's cracks and stuff and everything else, and so
worn smooth by the constant use of water.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's not really a current in here. It's just mostly just a jagged. As it goes down, it gets a little more jagged, and it's You don't see that it's worked by tools, but you will find in spots where it seems to be almost like there'll be a spot where obviously a stone would have stuck out a ways, and it's been pulled apart or pulled loose and kind of pushed out of the way. Like it's been opened a little bit more, but not by like hammer and chisel.
Sheer
Like
force.
someone with like sheer force. Yeah, someone just kind of worked at it and kind of pulled the loose rock out of the way. Not too big. It's only about like roughly 6 to 7
Something
feet in
strong.
diameter. Yeah, or determined.
Or scaly.
Essentially. At least a couple of times in some of the muddy patches or some of the rocks, you will see the scrape of claws on in kind of the softer part of the stone, like potentially like a about human-sized handprint or so of like claws being pulled, kind of dug in.
And pulling themselves along or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense. The lizard folk did come down this way. As I said, a couple of minutes. Just maneuvering down in here, pulling, swimming, winding down. It starts to open up a little bit, like kind of sorry, sort of flatten a little bit. And up ahead, you can see.
So we're going down like this, and then it kind of flattens out.
A little bit, yeah. And then it starts to flatten out a bit there, and you're not sure. Grim, you have a pretty good sense of depth, being the person there. You're probably a few hundred feet down.
So Tora, how long does this last?
24 hours.
Okay. Unless it gets dispelled.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not gonna die from drowning anytime soon then. Okay. So all right, well, there's no glow, no light.
Not really, no. I'll actually take that back. As it starts to flatten out a little bit there, you do see a little bit of a change in. There's a little bit of light ahead the tunnel. There's it's definitely darker. You kind of like confirm by looking behind you. Yep, it's darker back there than it is ahead.
Yeah. I'll mention that there was moss in tunnels and fungi that glowed. Maybe this is something like that, but underground. And I'll just keep on moving, taking a slow but steady pace.
As you
checking if I got to check.
Okay. You will see definitely the is getting brighter. Not bright, but there's definitely light up ahead. And you can see as you kind of wind around, there is definitely an opening like up ahead of you, maybe about 30 feet ahead of you.
God bless you.
It
and
opens
I'll let
up
everybody
a little bit.
know about the opening that's coming up.
Okay, keep going forward then.
Okay.
Jim, I'm going to use the Hat of Disguise and make myself look like a Lizardfolk person.
Sure. Easy enough.
Yep.
Fur changes the scale. The tail changes to a wider, broader, wider and broader tail. The head just changes into more crocodile-like. Okay. All right then.
You almost look like me.
Mm-mm. You're not a lizard.
I said almost. I said almost.
There's definitely a brightness up ahead at about the 30 feet. You can see there is a glow of light in that space there. There's also strange sound, like water lapping on like almost like waves. Like there's a dripping sound ahead of you. You can kind of hear through the water as well. Oh,
A dripping sound underwater.
Yeah, you hear. Yeah, you definitely hear. It's weird. You go, what am I hearing? It's like there's
Unless
almost
it's
like the.
echoing. Maybe it's echoing it, making it louder, and we're coming up to some underground cave.
Yeah, maybe. Keep going towards the light, then I guess.
Okay.
Slowly.
Right. In that case, well, let me fix one thing real fast here so I don't mess this up entirely. Realizing I made something didn't quite the way I wanted to here. Sorry. Okay. So, let me put you into place here, and then come on, darn it. Sorry. Roll 20 is being a bit of a pain. Yeah, I'll move the rest of you in as we move it here, but let's go ahead and move to the map. You may not see a whole lot just yet. Okay. So you'll see the first three of you that kind of there is an opening. Like it opens. You see, there's definitely space there where it opens up in front of you. The uneven passageway kind of splits off, and you can see it also rises up above.
Now, I have 60 feet dark vision. Does that mean I can still only see 20 feet?
Well, I'm going to open up a little more as you get a little closer. It's fine.
Okay.
So I'm just not revealing the entire room all at once.
Is the water less murky here?
Not really. It's still pretty murky.
Okay, so I mean, that's fine. All right.
So, are we on solid land or we are still in the water?
You are still in the water. Yes, you are still in the water. However,
going down, and then it kind of opens up.
It's fairly flat now. You're kind of like moving kind of flat. So it went down quite a ways, and now it's sort of flat, and you're kind of moving along.
It's all rock. It's not dirt or anything like that.
I mean, there's some mud. There's some murkiness to it. There's a little bit there, but it is just still water. However, as you move into this space, I'll move you out a little bit further. There is light in this chamber, and I'll move a few more of you in where you can see.
I'm going to move right here.
Okay. Give me a stealth check to do so. Or, sorry, you kind of swim in there. It's fine.
Well, just making room for tokens, that's all.
Yep. I'm going to open up a little more space here. So...
All right, boots of elven kind don't count under here for moving silently, correct?
I mean, technically, you're kicking your feet and it doesn't make any sound.
Are the other two putting themselves on the map?
I will put them.
Yep. Okay. You're doing it. Okay.
So you will see. They're actually the sides of this chamber, and up above, you break the surface of the water into air. There is air in this chamber as you break over the surface. And what you see all around you, sorry, let me move Lucas and Satara onto the map as well behind, are Lizardfolk. And sitting, just sort of sitting and just sort of looking out. So what you see along the sides here, there's actually almost like a beach all along here. There's actually a little ledge, And above the surface here, this is all the water down below. It goes down quite a ways still, but this is a little bit of an island here, a little rocky, sandy shelf on the sides, over here and over here as well. A couple of rocks protruding up from up into the air, but everywhere you see the blue is where it's dropped down into the water.
Okay.
So
there's
they
my
don't
stuff.
seem to react to you as you first appear. They're just sort of sitting there, staring kind of dead ahead at the water surface. This one here is looking your general direction, but doesn't seem to react to you being there. So, Graham, go ahead and make a self check there. Yeah. So you just kind of move down below the surface there, and just kind of nothing seems to react to you, but you're below the surface, able to kind of stay out of view.
Okay.
So, are there two different ways to go here?
It looks like there's a bunch of different ways to go.
One that way and one
probably.
this way.
Yeah, from what you can tell, it's hard to see all the way across there, but yeah, there seems to be, those two potentially ways to go.
What do we want to go straight on? Do we want to go right? What do I want to do?
I'm thinking we can head to the right since it's the closest bit of land, and then just make our way around over that way, or, God forbids, we split the party and send some sneaky people up this way.
Nope.
Of course not, never.
Not going to happen. I really don't think that's a good idea at all. They don't look like they're taking much notice of us, so if we just look like we're meant to be here and just move on, instead of hesitating here, having a big old chat.
Yep.
Sora, give you a what?
Sora and Greg, give me a perception check since you're kind of there.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out too much here in the entrance either. 16.
No, we should just keep moving.
Okay. One moment. Excellent. Okay.
Oh, there it is.
I see it. Yeah.
Good
So
job.
you will
These Lizardfolk could know what's going on, though.
So you will see that there are a few more under the water. These ones are all kind of just sitting there, staring at the surface there. These are just sort of like down under the water, kind of like they're at the base of, and these rocks are kind of picking away at the rocks a little bit. You see one of them kind of pull out like a little sort of like a crawdad or some sort of a clam or mussel and kind of just jumping on it. Not really seem to notice you very much. They're all just sort of intent on what they're doing. So at the moment, however, Grim, as you
what kind of weapons do they seem to have?
You're not seeing much in the way of weapons. It's hard to see specifically. Let me just double check that. They seem to have they are still dressed in like armor and such, like bits of like leather, hide, and everything else. It's all cured to be underwater there. Some of them have what look to be like cudgels or like sticks of some kind. They're kind of tucked into the side there. A few of them have like spiky looking shields, either on their back or kind of strapped to their side. They have a few of them you see will have javelins kind of tucked into various like little like harnesses and stuff like that. They don't seem to be using them or going after them specifically, but they do have those on them. Grim, however, where you are, as Sora starts to move over there, you see right about here something a little larger, than human-sized, under the water swimming.
Over where? I didn't see it.
I'm pinging. Oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong layer. Pinging right here.
Oh,
That's
I'll
sort
let
of
her know. I'll let her know where it's
Yep.
at.
Sora, you
I
don't.
said it's swimming and it's large.
Well, I'm headed to shore, so
Okay, so you move up onto shore. Okay.
yep. That to see if I can talk to the lizard man
Okay.
in Draconic.
So the first two you kind of move into the space there. What are the rest you want to do? What do you want to do? As you see them kind of make an opening for you to move into the space.
I'll go with Sora.
Okay, so you follow after Sora.
I'll also follow.
Okay, Lucas, how about you?
And I let them all know about that little thing swimming out there. So get on shore as fast as possible.
You're not making any reaction to us?
Not yet. Nope. Lucas and actually the three of you now that you move into the space, give me a perception check as well. And Amethyst too.
I can't roll a double figures.
Okay. So Amethyst and Zatara, you're kind of following Sora and kind of hugging the wall here as Sora's kind of going up, caressing the surface and going up onto this little sandbar here, up into the air, into the bubble of air above. Lucas, as you kind of went next to there, you will see, yes, right out here, a dark shape that looks like a elongated crocodile.
Crocodile.
Roughly, it's larger than human size. You'll notice it's large size. Let's say 4 squares. And it is moving in your direction, not fast. It's just sort of like moving in your direction, like it's kind of like a creeping down, fairly low low in there. It's roughly about 15 feet deep below, and Sora cresting the top there. It's about 15 to 20 feet up to the top, from the water surface to the ceiling.
Oh,
This
that's a
chamber.
big boy.
Mhm.
That's a big chamber.
Yeah, it's a big place. So, this is what you see. Sora, you go up and go to talk to the one there.
Uh-huh. In Draconic.
Okay.
I'm thinking that's what they speak.
They seem to before, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The ones we've met so far have.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
not all lizard folk or, lizard folk.
Question.
Mhm.
While she's speaking out loud, can I hear her telepathically or no?
Not really, no.
No? Okay.
But you'll be able to hear her speaking out loud. I mean, it does travel. Sound does travel through the water and everything else. So Sora, what are you saying?
Hi. What are y'all doing down here?
Just sort of like stares at the water, looking dead ahead. He doesn't seem to react to your presence, at least not immediately.
Okay.
Like there's a bit of a insight check.
Okay. I was gonna say I'm gonna touch him, but that works too.
That's it, yeah.
I'm going to cast a spell.
Okay. Sure. Yep. So I'm gonna basically say that that works underwater as well. Use 60 feet swim speed underwater, and then you can break the surface and have the speed on top of the surface as well.
Yeah, I'm going to go up and just be about 5
Okay.
foot above the surface.
Okay, so I will go ahead and mark that. All right. Let's see. Where is it? Darn it! Come on. There it is. I couldn't see it. Okay. So Lucas is flying. So Lucas, you cast a spell and kind of move up the surface there. And this is Tatari, you're following up there. Grim, you have spotted what's going on there and kind of checking things out. Let's just go into initiatives to kind of just get an order of things to happen. So let's pull a turn order up here. That's not the right thing. One sec. There it is. There you go. Alrighty. That go away. Okay. Sorry, let me get these guys.
Well, you said initiative.
And
You did.
I did.
For the first time of the night, I actually rolled a decent roll.
Is that because I said I was touching him? Is that why we're doing
No,
this?
I'm just there's just things that are going to happen in order. So yeah, I want to know who's yeah. So like it isn't like somebody erupts into attacks you. That's what I'm saying. Like here, I just want to see the order of what's going to happen here, and I'm just seeing that everyone's on there twice because oh dang it. Okay, let me fix this because I didn't get a chance to clear the order first. Okay, so let me get rid of. What did everyone roll here? Darn it.
We all rolled criticals.
Decent rolls in there, but I can't see everyone's rolls here. So, Amethyst, what did you get?
I'm on 21.
Okay, so there's also 20 here to get rid of. Okay, Lucas, what did you get?
I clicked the button at the top and it sent it
15.
directly to you.
Right, I know. The problem is that I had to clear the turnover, so everyone's on here twice.
Oh, okay.
So, Lucas got a 15. Okay, good.
15, yeah.
Thora, what'd you get? Oh, you got the same thing.
9.
Grim, what'd you get?
17.
Okay. Satara, what'd you get?
9.
9. Perfect. Okay. That's everyone.
How do you get a 21 point? How do they do the? How does somebody
So,
get a
on
It's a
the character
tiebreaker.
sheet in roll 20? There is a way to do a dexterity tiebreaker. So if you use the button that's in roll 20, that's actually up in the top left, it'll use the tiebreaker because I put everyone's initiative on their character sheets in roll 20.
Okay.
So that way it does that. So essentially, so Sora and Satara.
I think Satora has a better dex than I do.
Mine's 14.
Okay, I'm gonna do this then.
Maybe not.
You
Oh,
did.
yep.
It's better than, yeah, give it 10.
It's a different paladin that has a higher dex. I apologize.
There we go. Excellent. Okay. Oh, and yeah. Alrighty. In that case, yes. So we have Amethyst. So yeah, you see Sora, and you hear Sora's voice as she speaks to the lizard folks up on there. Doesn't react immediately, but you definitely see her go up out, like basically walk up out of the surface there. You can kind of follow her or stay under the water. Up to you.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Okay. You can kind of basically just kind of right up to about there. So you're actually up, kind of pulling yourself up under the sandbar there. Sorry, you can't. There's no space for you to kind of move into place behind her there, but if this you move there, and then yeah.
Has anybody mentioned the crocodile to anybody who hasn't noticed it?
Yeah, Grimbar did.
Yeah.
To everybody.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So the crocodile, you will see it sort of suddenly break the surface, and there's just this loud sort of hissing roar from it. As it just kind of as it echoes through the sound in the room here. It will then rush forward, kind of lunge forward And let me see. These are going to be 1, 2, 3 amethyst, 4, 5, 6 Satara. Come on. 1, 2, 3 amethyst. Okay. So it lunges right up at you. And tries to chomp on you. See if you can do that. 1 sec. Go.
You still have your shield up?
Yep, doesn't matter. You kind of like move out of the way as this massive crocodile just comes up into the shallow areas around the sandbar there and chomps at your leg. Not able to do so. Not able to latch on, but it is right there. So, Dora, the one that you are looking at right here, as that thing with that loud hissing roar sound, sort of like just kind of blinks and then looks up at you. And you'll notice that this one looks at you, and this one looks at you, and this one looks at you as they all turn and look at you at the same time. That's all they do though. Amethyst. So you can react to this thing. Essentially, you kind of moved up there into the space there. This thing lunged at you, and now you can sort of take an action in response because it did just make itself present, makes itself known. It isn't quite the right sound, but I'm gonna go with it anyway because I want to have something happening.
Then I'm gonna use my. I've got so many things on here. The telekinetic shove to just push it back.
Okay.
I don't particularly want to fight it if we can help.
Okay.
Crocodile?
What?
So you're gonna shove it backward? Okay.
I can't find it.
It's a save, right?
I can't find it. I'm trying to find it.
It's in your feet.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Bonus action. DC 12 plus the ability modifier of the score increased by this feat, which was wisdom.
Okay.
Wisdom ability modifier is 2.
So 14. And what save is it? You didn't say. Strength? Con?
Oh, strength saving throw. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Pushes him back 10 feet. Whoop. You kind of shove him back out of the way. Grim, you will notice that yes, these guys all turn around. You're below the surface right now and look over at you, not at you directly, but in that direction. They all sort of like snap to attention, looking that way as well. So you can do what you want to do there.
She was able to. Wow, she was able to move that big sunbee. What is the distance on that? Let me look. $60 feet. One action. Is that like my entire turn?
Well, you have an action, a bonus action, and a move. That's the things you have. Okay. All right. Yes, there's definitely an action there. You're basically going to put fear in everything. Okay.
Well, it's
gonna be...
sense in one creature, so the big crocodile.
Okay.
So I want him to stay away. It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Let's see. It's got an okay wisdom. Let's see if he gets anything decent here. He's DC 15. Yep, he does not save that. Because he has to take the first roll. So yes, it is definitely it certainly kind of flinches in itself there. Boop. As it's now you can't see see a crocodile's face to be afraid, but yes, it really flinches definitely at
I get a sense that it worked anyways.
Yep. You want to move or do a bonus action?
I am going to 1, 2, 3. I'm assuming that these are 5-foot squares,
Yes,
right?
they are. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a grid, so yeah, just go ahead and
15, 20. 25. I'm going to go right here, 25 feet.
Okay.
And then this way, hopefully, I have a radius around me that he can't.
Sure. He is now frightened. Okay. He cannot move toward you. Right. So, sorry, let me pull up some real fast here. So I've got it. Darn it. Come on. All right. Lucas, you're up. What do you do? What are you up to?
Do they? I know looking at this now. Would it look aggressive?
It's hard to say exactly. I mean, you are looking up there. They're not reaching for weapons specifically yet, but just sort of like it's sort of a dull, just sort of like they're all sort of like looking, and and from your point of view, you will see that every lizard folk in the room just turned and looked at the same time in this direction, like to where basically Sorrow is. Every head snapped in that way at once.
It's like almost like a hive mentality. And I do make everybody aware that I'm almost certain that I put the fear of Grim in the
Nice.
That's what I'm calling it, the fear of Grim.
Yes. Excellent. Lucas, also from your vantage point there, because you have a perfect view of this here, you will see that they all have a sickly yellow glow to their eyes. Or you can see the one that turned to look at you has that you get yellowish orange glow to their eyes looking at you. What's up to Lucas?
I'm gonna ready a spell. I'm ready, ready a fireball. If they start heading, looking aggressive and coming towards us.
Underwater.
Not underwater.
He's above the surface.
Okay.
Oh, above the surface.
So where are you gonna place it?
Basically over there to get them 4.
Cool. Okay. Easy enough. So you ready a fireball. Satara. You saw the crocodile like fleeing up and got pushed back by a psionic energy. Then it sort of flinched a bit there, and as Grim came over in front of you and said that he made it afraid.
I'm going to cast Dancing Lights
Okay.
and put one near each of a couple of the groups of them to see if that does anything.
Okay. So I'm gonna put little dots here. Let me that's not what I wanted. No. What's that? Okay. Do that. And Sorry, trying to maneuvering on this page is a little bit pain in the butt. Okay, so one over here.
Here.
One over here.
And here.
Here.
One in front of this guy.
Okay, that's 4 of them. That good?
Yep.
Okay.
That's it for
I
me.
wouldn't put it. I wouldn't put it there. That's where he just dropped the fireball.
We hasn't dropped anything yet,
Oh, okay.
and it wouldn't do anything to the light. So, all right. So yes, you have. So the chamber was suddenly much. There was a sort of a definitely a sort of dull glow of some sourceless lights and stuff like that in the space here. Now it's very well lit up there, Lucas. You can see all into the corners here. And one thing I'll say, based on the lighting up, you can see that this is actually not really an opening, at least not at the surface that you can see. Below the surface, maybe. This does go back a little further. There's a passageway going off there. So yeah. Right. What's that? The Lizardfolk to go. They will sort of surge forward. You will notice they don't draw weapons though. They just sort of like and they swim pretty quickly there, so they do surge forward. Lucas, are you gonna release the fireball?
Yep.
Jim, does the
Okay.
dancing lights look like it does anything? Does it have any effect on what colour their eyes are or anything?
I mean, no, just illuminates them.
Mm, okay.
Because they
This
haven't
one
actually
definitely will.
attacked us yet, so.
Yep. Okay, so we'll move in here. This one's gonna. We'll see what happens there. Let me roll some saves for these guys.
Remember bards that talk their way out of things instead of just fireballing everything? Do you remember that? Do you remember those days? Like
Yeah.
what?
He's not that kind of bard.
They're
No
not
one's
talking.
even-
They're not talking to anybody. Nobody's talking. They're under control or something. None of them have
Yep.
spoken, have they, Jim?
Yeah, but have they
Nope.
stopped us from moving past them?
As they surge forward, they get blown up.
So here's the lovely thing. They're not talking, but we haven't got them out of their mind control yet.
No, and this is probably all of those people that were in that town, and we're just murdering them all. Is that what we're doing?
Oh no. He's
those-
protecting himself from being attacked is what's happening.
No,
It's
but
fine.
we haven't even tried to move
Are
through.
you just going to let them attack you?
He's doing what he would do. It's a thing. It's a good
Okay.
thing. I'd rather
Okay.
not have him die, or you, or Satara.
So
Grimbar
you're
can
5
die.
feet up on the surface there. The one that's right here will kind of lunge up out of the water and try to claw and bite you. Actually, it will just try to bite you. It tries to chomp onto you. Let's see. Nope, does not hit. So it's, and you see, he's really like iron, and it doesn't really like make an aggressive sound. Just snaps the teeth at you, kind of as it kind of launches itself up out of the water there. Let's see, this one. Yeah, this one's gonna move over to here. Double move over to here. This one will double move over to kind of looking up at you from below. This one will move over to here. These will hold. No, they're gonna move forward. Okay. A little further there. Yeah. So they'll kind of move forward there, just kind of surging forward. And that's them. Sora.
I'm gonna continue to try and talk
Oh,
to
sorry.
that guy.
This one will actually reach out and try to bite you because it's
Which one?
It's the one that you were looking at.
Okay. I
he-
remember I've extended my armor.
Yeah, not a
It
problem.
is.
He rolled a 7, so
Yeah.
even without your armor, that wouldn't hit. So, he just sort of like half-heartedly bites in your direction. Just
Mhm.
and you're up.
Grab him by his snout. No talkie. All right, I'm gonna grab him. So if you want to do a grapple check, you can, but it's more of a shake him out of it type thing.
Sure.
Shaky.
Okay. All right. Well, make your grapple check. You're supposed to make an attack roll.
Uh-huh. I just want you to be aware. I don't want to hurt him.
Sure.
I just want to attack roll. Just a d20, or do you want me to roll with a weapon?
You can roll it, but it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's the same. I mean, it's gonna be close enough.
There's a grapple spot where you. It's actually an unarmed strike, is what it would be, basically, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll not actually grapple this guy. You gonna grapple onto him? Is just sort of like he just sort of like squirms a bit there.
He's
And you
tricksy.
you can't. He's a little bit slippery, sure. You gotta grab onto him there. He avoids it there. You have more than one attack. You can make him two. You can make it
Yeah.
grapple. You do each attack.
Let's do it again.
Okay. Squirms out of the first grab.
That's much higher.
Yeah, you definitely grab on at that time. So you just try to wrap him up there and kind of hold him tight there. He's like struggling, and I mean, he's not really making a sound. He's just sort of struggling.
I'll still keep talking to him. We don't want to hurt
Sure.
you. We're here to help you. Do I notice anything about him? Any?
I mean,
Other
his
than
eyes
the
are
eyes still.
a strange glowing eyes there, and he's just sort of like doesn't seem to be speaking. He's moving and thrashing, or trying to break free. But that's about it. Amethyst.
I'm gonna try to cast hypnotic pattern.
Okay.
And I'll just draw it.
What is the radius of it? The 30-foot cube?
30-foot cube. There we go.
1 sec. Let me okay,
Just
it's
there.
fine. Just out there? Okay. And that's gonna be a wisdom saving throw. Okay. This one we already know he's not very good at this. Nope. So the shaman is now frightened. The crocodile is now frightened and hypnotized. And then now these guys here. The 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this one here. And this one here. Okay.
And then I'm going to try to move. Probably going to take a couple of attacks of opportunity, but I just want to get out of this area, really.
Okay.
In more shapes.
Oh, you're strong again.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll get rid of that.
That's okay. That's anyway, I'll take care of it.
Just going to try to move like past them.
Okay. Not a problem. Yeah, you kind of move through around past Thor and everything else. That this one will take a swipe at you. We'll see if it actually do anything.
Just keep rolling like you have been, Jim. That'd be great.
Yeah, no problem. 15 does not hit.
No.
Yep. So you kind of like you kind of just swipe in your direction there. It says bite, but it's actually claw. But yeah, you just sort of like and just you kind of move out of the way there. This one here will swipe too. Because you no. Okay. So you just kind of brush past them all. And move over to there. This one, as you move up to it there, is just sort of like staring.
Pretty colors.
Sort of like just kind of at this point, kind of like treading water.
And I will tell the rest of the party telepathically, try not to hit any of those because they won't do anything until that spell ends.
From your point of view, this one here is still move. It doesn't need to be hypnotized.
Okay.
Jim, have any of them been hit that wasn't killed?
Nope.
So they've all been killed if they've been hit. Awesome.
Yeah, the 28 damage. Yeah.
I didn't know if Grimbar attack hit. I don't
No, he
remember
didn't.
what he did.
He caused fear.
Oh, right.
They do here is a feared. So it's
Sora, I
yeah.
saved Amethyst's life.
It's essentially just sort of like you see, it's sort of like just kind of floating there now, just sort of doing the crocodile thing, as it's just like literally is just
kind of idling in the water,
yep,
treading water.
pretty much.
You do know I can kill you with my brain, right?
Okay. That's its
If only
turn.
I had a brain.
That's its turn, basically, right? Is if he can't do anything else.
I have a ring, a free
You
action.
can still take psychic damage if you don't have a brain.
So it's my turn, right?
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yeah, these guys are kind of floating in the water, just sort of like just not really doing much.
He's these two here, right? They swung.
Yes, at Amethyst, yes.
At Amethyst.
And this one here is currently grappled by Sora.
He's grappled. I won't be mean and stab him in the head and soil Sora's armor with his blood, but I will attack the one right next to me.
Sure.
It's self-cleaning, Grimbar.
Oh, is it really? You're lucky.
Mm-hmm.
So attack.
Are you gonna sneak attack?
Are we gonna do non-lethal? No. Okay.
No, I'm not gonna do non-lethal.
Sure.
I'll hit the first one.
Sure.
That swung. Yeah, I'm just gonna. No, I'm not gonna do non-lethal.
You can do
Definitely
non-lethal
hit.
damage and just knock them out, can't you?
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay, roll your damage. Yep. Just stick in there, and he just
Can I
flumps
take
to
a
the ground.
step here and hit the next guy?
With your offhand, yep.
Yep.
No sneak attack on this one though.
Correct. Oops. I guess I should roll to hit first. I hit the wrong button. I apologize.
15 will hit.
And we'll just use that other as the damage is what is it?
10.
38 without sneak attack.
No sneak attack. Just 10. Sort of, you see the orange light in its eyes go out, and he sort of like blinks and looks around, like just like it's just looking around, like with like a bit of a panic look on its face.
Ooh, I will mention that to everybody. He woke up, and I'll say something in Draconic and saying, "Wake up, we're trying to save you guys, and you're attacking us."
Hey. He's just like just kind of panicked, look in his eyes, like confused. Yep. So that's your turn. Lucas, you're up.
Now we have proof.
Yeah, it was a non-lethal fireball. Yeah.
Sure.
It's just the heat that attacks them, not the fire. It's a sunny day in Florida, people.
You fly up 5 feet,
Okay.
and then across. So I'm out of the reach. He's going to use the lyre to cast.
Such a liar.
Okay.
Same spell on catching these 3 that are around the party.
Ooh, thanks. What am I doing? Sorry.
Ah. Wait, where did that go?
I'm putting it. I'm moving it.
Mm-hmm.
There.
Yeah.
One of them is the one that's just been talking. So I would highly recommend you don't get him.
Yeah.
It's not a pattern. He can be hypnotized.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, this
not hurting
All
him.
right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's gonna be wisdom saves. So 1,
At disadvantage.
2. Right. And then the last one. Okay. No problem. The first 2 were flat. Okay, so they are all now hypnotized. Okay, so at this point, one is grappled. Oh, sorry, not quite. Sitara. There's still one not affected yet. So pretty lights are going off all in the air around you. Sights, like soft, soothing sounds and bells and chimes, and all these lights are happening all over, like on the edge of this hypnotic pattern right here.
Mm-mm. No, the pattern vanishes. It's the effect.
Oh, just the effect stays. Okay, gotcha. So
Charms them,
yes.
and the charm is what you concentrate on, but the effect itself disappears. It's instantaneous.
Yeah.
4 guttural screams of being cooked and 1 gurgling death.
Nope, they didn't make a sound.
The one that is not hypnotized, I will cast Frostbite on.
Sure. Okay.
He's gonna be frozen in a cube.
Oh, Frost. Okay, DC. I was thinking Ray of Frost. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, Constitution save. No. Okay, so yeah, you take some damage, and does Frostbite do anything else besides damage? There, it also does it lower their movement or anything else?
Has disadvantage on the next weapon attack roll.
Okay. So just sort of like, although it also sort of like stops, and like you see it kind of shivering, but it's like looking around, like is it kind of in the water, sort of like looking around, like just kind of a panic look in his eyes.
Do I
They
notice that ends his weird look in his eyes?
You see him looking like the rest of the ones are all blank, the orange glow in their eyes. There's no orange glow, and he's looking around, panicked, like wildly. So yes, it's obvious.
I'm gonna try and speak to him and say, we are trying to deal with this. We are not a threat to you. We are trying to fix whatever has happened here.
One other thing here, the one that you grappled there, Sora, will try to break free. Actually, no, you're grappling. He's going to try to bite you. Try to bite your face because you're grappling him. So he's.
I love how you had to qualify that with your face.
Yes, I'm going to qualify that every time because you're going to do it otherwise. 18 does not hit you, I don't think. So,
Not the
yeah.
birds again.
No, now
Yeah.
he's trying to kiss me. Oh man.
And you try to turn your head to the side there as it kind of snaps the air next to your head
Should
there.
make her sick and make him lick her in the nose.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's his action. So Sora, the one you're holding there, I mean, you can give him a squeeze. You can
Can I headbutt him?
sure give me an attack roll.
Okay.
Who, Grandpa?
Yeah, him too.
Him too. No, just the guy I'm using. I'll do
Okay.
unarmed strike because
Yeah,
that's
that's what
probably
it is.
best.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Ew, that didn't work.
No. You can't, the way he's positioned, you can't quite like impact him with the head there. But you get another attack.
16?
That will hit. Yeah. So you
Yeah,
bonk.
okay.
And he's really thrashing around there. You kind of like time it and just bash your forehead into his head there, and like blinks a few times, looks at you just like, like the orange glow goes out of his eyes.
Mhm.
Still grappled
Hey,
by you.
welcome back. Not trying to hurt you, so don't try to bite me.
Amethyst, you said what's the one over here?
I said that there was something happening, and we're trying to fix whatever it is that's made them all like this. So
She doesn't
Okay.
speak Draconic, so it comes out like I'm gonna kill you and eat you and feed you to my kittens.
do they speak common?
Yes, they do.
Damn.
Because
So
if he didn't understand me, I would just use tongues.
yeah, no, it's fine there. And most of them here, most of the tribes speak common as well. Like,
What? I don't. What's going on?
and he's kind of shivering, and he will actually swim over to here and get up out of the water, kind of like rubbing at the frost patches on his scale.
What was this place? How did we get here?
Jim,
Which
I
is
still
sort of
have
echoed by the one that you're grappled with. He says,
What?
I
I
will
have
tell them it's
Go
that
ahead.
way to go back to where they were from before if they want to go back to safety.
I don't know where we are.
But to stay away from these because they're under the influence of something.
Okay.
And then I'm going to try and move to the next part of this, wherever we are.
Oh, it's not a bonus action. Never mind.
Okay.
Can lizardfolk breathe underwater?
Yes,
You
you're amphibious.
you haven't been, just so you know, on my
Mhm.
my spell they get a save every turn.
Yeah, he hasn't had a turn yet.
Okay.
He got hypnotized.
Against the fear, I'm saying. Against
Oh yeah,
fear.
sorry. Yeah, I'll go ahead and make a roll there, but he's still hypnotized either way. You don't get to save any more saves against that. He didn't break out of the fear. He's afraid and hypnotized now. So basically, he's like this kind of like sitting there. I will say this as we kind of this. You will see a dark, murky passageway that just goes back and down. There is no light down there. It quickly becomes almost pitch black. Let me whoa. Here we go. So that's what you see back in there. Just a black, dark, uneven passageway going down. The rest, Thora, the guy,
Put me down. What's happening? Why are you doing this? Why is my nose hurt?
I had to bonk it for a quick second. Listen, are we out of turn order? Are we still in turn
yes,
order?
we'll go to turn order at the moment here, unless
Okay.
unless you do something else here.
I-
Effectively,
for the next minute, nobody's doing anything.
I want to do lay on hands on the guy who's down.
This one, which one?
The one that we killed. That's
This one here?
standing right next. Yeah, the one that's next to me because I can't reach the others.
I killed him
Effectively-
pretty dead.
You didn't do over his con in a single shot, so
Oh,
I would say he is bleeding out at this point. But yes, you can lay on hands, and I will put him just unconscious as he's
Mhm.
let's see.
Or instead of lay on hands, can I use a medicine kit? Or do
Probably
you
easier.
prefer-
Lay on hands would be easier in this case.
Okay, then that's what I'll do.
Okay.
This.
Yes, I'll go ahead and do that. Put a little wrench on him. It's fine. He's been healed.
Okay.
He's
I just don't
unconscious.
want him to die. No, he needs to be
so
okay.
essentially, you kind of the wounds close up there, and you're just sort of like just lying there. He's not bleeding out dead, but
Mhm.
hey.
Drag him up onto the shore so he's not like drowning.
Yeah, they can breathe water up to a point.
Breathe
So. For 15 minutes at a time, basically. Yeah. Okay. So.
Lucas is going to go over to the others and see if they're in like. I mean, I'm down, but are they dead?
You check on them there. They are essentially crispy, but they are not completely dead. We'll just say
Like chicken nuggets,
like,
crispy, or are we
yeah, their scales are pretty well burnt. They're looking pretty bad, but you can see that they are. If nothing is done, they will pass away quickly.
They're the Crocodile Dundee type done crispy.
Yeah, they're not quite barbecued yet, but they have been charred pretty badly. If they don't get any kind of aid, they will pass away.
Is it medicine check to stop them?
It can be. You need a healer's kit for it.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
I have one of those if you can fly over.
I mean,
I can't. I'm not flying anymore. I
Oh,
have to concentrate on the hypnotic pattern. I have to drop the
Oh.
fly.
oh
I
yeah.
can fly. Oh, I can fly.
What's that saying? How I can fly.
So, what's the intent?
The intent is to use the medicine kit, the healer's kit on them.
Okay, I will say this: you will not have time to get all 4 of them with the healer's kit.
I go cast healing word on one of them. I get over there and realize I can't. So,
This one over here.
the first round I'll cast healing word.
Okay. So he is okay. Okay.
Where's my healing kit? There it is, healer's kit. I have 5 of them. I will give you one.
Well, no, it's 5 uses. You don't have 5 healers kits. So
No,
it's
I bought 5 healer's kits for 100 gold.
where are you in your bag of holding or something?
It's in my backpack.
Okay, that takes up most of your bag. Like healer's kit, like a doctor's bag, like bandages and salves and like a healer's kit is a full kit to heal someone. So it's like having a first aid kit.
Okay, it just says 5 and it uses 10 uses. So I could just take it away and give it to Lucas. He can have it.
Okay, so you have a couple spare healers kits. You hand them out. Okay, yeah, it doesn't help to have multiple healers kits. So,
I didn't read the thing
so
when I bought them.
Go ahead, both of you give me a medicine check.
Oh, I'm not proficient in medicine,
No.
but I will try.
But you buy healers kits. You can also just lay on hands too.
I can't just lay on hands. But you said to do a medicine check
for a point. You said you wanted to use a healer's kit.
I wanted to give it to Lucas. Is what I wanted to do.
Okay. So are you going to fly over and lay on hands?
Yes. And chuck the healer's kit.
The healer's kit to Lucas. Okay. So Lucas, you can go ahead and make a medicine check.
I got 16.
Laura. Okay. Perfect. That'll stabilize them.
5 of these. Because I can only do them in increments of 5.
That's not true. You only do 5 if you want to cure disease or use or anything else.
I
Isn't
thought
that
it said you had to use the mini increments of 5.
if you want to do the alternate things like cure poison and cure anything else, then they can go to 5.
Okay. Okay.
You want to give them a point, you can do that.
Cool beans. That's what I'll do.
Okay. All right. So making the effort there, yes, you can go ahead and do and stabilize these ones. They're still burnt. But they're breathing at least. Now, the rest of these folks here. The 3 of you down here. Sorry, you're over here now. Sorry.
Yes. Yep.
The 2 of you, Grim and Satara, you will notice that the crocodile, since it's floating there, its eyes are open. Eyes are not glowing. They are not orange, like the rest of them are. It is just sort of glowing there. In fact, no, never mind. Never mind. I don't know if that's here. So yeah,
Hello.
nobody's on.
I'm telling everybody in a telepathic link that I believe this crocodile thing is still a threat, and it may have been the guard dog for all of these guys, keeping them in line.
Well, do we want to try and shake them all out of the stupor and see if that brings them out of the?
I say let's get them out of the
slap
water.
them a bit.
Their eyes are no longer orange.
No, the ones that you've hit.
The ones that we've hit. So if we slap them all awake, all out of the hypnotic pattern, that'll do hopefully enough damage to them to bring them out, and then as a group, we can show them which way to go to leave here.
Okay.
And then if we need to take care of the crocodile, we can do that.
Okay. Whatever you want.
Okay. I'll go ahead and
drag them out of the water first. Is all I've been trying to say.
Yep.
Before
not
we
a problem.
do anything else.
You drag them up out of the water there. Is it if hypnotic pattern does it if you move or you take any damage?
If you take damage.
Okay, yeah. So eventually you can kind of maneuver them up out of the water. Slap them a few times there. They kind of blink, come to, and looking very confused. All of them.
Well, if we slap them and then explain there's something going on and we're trying to deal with it and we're showing them how to get back to safety. Hopefully, then as a group they can travel back out of here.
Okay.
The fear says at will, or can I use it at will once every thing, or can I use it after it wears off?
No, it means eventually you can use it once per day. Should say on the coin you can use it once per long rest.
Is Will the name of the crocodile?
Yep. So what do you want to do with the croc?
Well, if we ask these lizardfolk, is the crocodile with you? Was it here?
Let's
Is
see.
it also being controlled by the thing that was controlling you all?
Because
they kind of look at it strangely.
Here, correct level.
Huh?
He is shaman to our people.
Okay.
He can change into that.
Okay.
Okay.
Then we'll do the same with the crocodile. We'll slap it and then.
Okay. No. His eyes aren't orange. Is he the herbalist?
He does make remedies and such, yes.
He's the cause of them being this way. I'm telling you, he's the cause. He's the cause.
You think so?
Yes.
Because of the herbs?
Yeah, and his eyes were not orange. His eyes weren't orange like theirs were.
Well, what
Okay.
did do this to you guys? Do you remember?
No, I don't know nothing. I don't know what this is. What happened? We are just. Where are we? What's going on?
You're under the lake.
We're in the murk.
Yeah.
No one should go in the murk.
Well,
No.
They
It
sort of
looks
look
like-
around, look around, very very fearful right now.
yeah, I would be too. It looks like this shaman has brought you in here. So if you will want to go to safety and we'll take care of him.
Polymorph it.
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
Grimbar, you're 100% sure this dragon, this alligator is what's behind this?
If it
I'm
didn't
telling
have
you,
orange eyes.
it didn't have orange eyes. That's what I'm thinking. We don't have to kill it. I'm not saying killing it, but we
Okay.
need to do something. Polymorph it into a tadpole and put it in a glass jar so Satara can figure out what it is. I don't have an issue with that.
That works. Okay, I'm okay with that.
You polymorph it. Okay. So
But
you
then-
can. What?
If it takes damage, won't it then just revert back to its original form and then go back to the village and
If it's a tadpole and we put it inside of a jar, it shouldn't take damage. Polymorph isn't a
Okay.
damage spell.
No, I
And
know.
how long? Well, how long does the polymorph take? How long does it last?
Lasts for an hour.
An hour.
Yeah.
And then after the hour, we'll have to deal with it
Just need
anyway.
to get it back into its own thing. Then we have a spellcaster we have to worry about, and we don't
What
know
if-
a lot about that.
What if we try to speak to it and ask it?
I mean, we can.
Well, regardless, it is going to wake up soon. There's been a lot of healing, a lot of maneuvering, a lot of talking up here.
Mhm.
It only had a minute, so it is going to wake up very, very soon. So you need to make a decision right now.
Mhm.
What are you doing? What are you doing with it?
Polymorph it.
Does the shaman need to cast a spell to turn into a crocodile, or is it a shape changer?
They don't know.
Because the shape changer polymorph won't work on it.
Well, let's tie it up.
Okay.
Okay. That
Okay.
works too. We can tie it up. Mm-hmm.
So you restrain it. You get it all bound up there. Pull it up on the shore there. These guys will kind of get out of the way. So you can kind of do that.
Can we
And-
show them that that's the way out and get them to leave?
Sure. They will start heading on out.
Thank you.
And they will all sort of these ones will sort of limp away because
Mhm.
they're all pretty well burnt, but they're conscious at least. They're moving slowly. But as a group, they will make their way out and leave you alone with the
Mhm.
shaman here.
Matt Perry died today.
What?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what you said.
So you we'll just say when you essentially drop when the hypnotic power wears off, you got him
Mhm.
restrained, he will change back into a we just do I have him here? Sorry. He will change back into a Lizardfolk. A
Mhm.
bit spindlier, a little more like jowly. He's definitely not as strongly built. I mean, he's got that wiry strength there, but he's just sort of like you see, he's got little like fetishes and charms all over his like hide vest he's wearing. He sort of like looks up at all of you.
What? No. You don't understand. Must bring those Ooh, Lurk.
Must bring what?
Must bring those to the Lurk.
Well, how about if we go?
What is the Lurk?
That's where we are, under the lake.
No, the Murk is the
The
lake.
Murk.
The Lurk in the Murk.
The Lurk and the Murk,
Like
not the Murk and the Lurk.
I'm asking him, what is the Lurk?
It is the master I serve. I must bring offerings. I must bring those that can serve it.
Wow.
It is all powerful. It is the one who will bring peace and save all of us from the
Well,
darkness.
we could go. I mean, I wouldn't serve him, but we can go.
He's wild-eyed and sort of trying to thrash at the bonds and such.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, this guy is, while he's not, his eyes aren't glowing orange. This guy's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has lost it. There is not much rationality in him. He is literally bulging. This guy's Gollum. Like, just
He's Gollum.
yeah. He is not. He's not in his right mind. That's for sure.
My Lurky. My precious, my Lurk.
I will. I must serve him.
You bleeding hearts, do what you want. I say kill him, but we need to find the Lurk. Where is this Lurk?
In
Which
the
tunnel?
depths. In the depths.
And he sort of like looks off in the direction of this tunnel over here.
Deep below. Deep in the murk.
Oh, we can go. We got him tied up. He can swim under. We're still got the breathing on us. We can go down the hole.
Well, with that, you have the Lizardfolk shaman bound and captured. He has shown you, at least you hope, the way. And we are out of time. So
This
next
is the way.
time, we will see what lies in the depth and go from there. So thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you for playing, of course, always, my wonderful players. And we will be back next week with what happens next. So thanks for being here, as always. Come by the tankard anytime. Drinks are on us. And we'll see you again real soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.